Please remain standing as Jim Daly, President and CEO of Focus on the Family, offers our invocation.
Lord, we thank you for sunshine, and we thank you for a beautiful day for a race. We pray for safety for the drivers and for their crews. We thank you for this great country that we live in and for the military that protects us. May God bless us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome, out of Warsaw, North Carolina, 15-year-old Broadway performer Danielle Johnson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight were the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Time for the drivers to strap in. The 43 race cars. We're ready for 500 miles from Charlotte. The command's next.
Guess we got a little off track, but love knows a way back through the storms and pouring rain. Got my hands on the wheel and I'm flying. Heartbeat loud as the the sunshine. Bringing back the sunshine. Baby, it's about time. Whoa. Bring it back. Oh, yeah.
Blake brought back the sunshine for a day race in Charlotte. Welcome to NBCSN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Bank of America 500 from Charlotte Motor Speedway. An absolutely gorgeous afternoon for racing. For more on the stories that we'll be covering today, let's go trackside to Dave Burns.
And Rick, when you look back at Jeff Gordon's storied career, he's always done well on low-grip racetracks like the Auto Club Speedway, Kansas Speedway before it was repaved, and this speedway during the day. If we had raced Charlotte Motor Speedway last night, it would have been high grip, one groove on the bottom. Today, it should have multiple grooves and give Gordon an opportunity to pass anywhere he wants, and he'll need to starting 22nd today, looking for his 6th victory at Charlotte. Mike Massaro?
Dave, what a difference a week makes. Last week in Dover, Kyle Busch was on the bubble, trying to stave off elimination. Today, he starts on the outside of row number 1 as one of the pre-race favorites at a track that he has had tremendous success at, especially in the Xfinity Series, where he's won 8 times. He's still looking for his first Cup Series win here, but is very confident it could come today. And he says if it does, it would not only punch his ticket to round 2, to round 3, but beyond that, all the way to Homestead. He feels that confident about his ability in round 3. But first, Marty Snyder, he's got to get through this round.
Mike, when I talked to Matt Kenseth after the rain out last night, he said he really felt like the race setup in the 20 car was not quite as good as the qualifying setup, which got them the pole position today. But when I talked to his crew chief, Jason Ratcliffe, a moment ago, he said, I think this rain out may worry some people. It doesn't worry us. We got to manage the first couple of runs and then go from there. It's going to be interesting to see how all these teams deal with the curveball of the rain out. Let's go trackside for the command.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome your Grand Marshals from the Army Soldier for Life Office, Master Sergeant Shane Perrette, Adam Martinez, George Palmer, and Stephen Canonico.
Drivers, start your engine!
1, 2, 3, you got me up top in here. Guys are cranking here. Got a copy, Kevin? Yeah, man, I got you. 10-4. 10-4.
A unique situation, racing in the heat of the day at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Hadn't been done a long time. Green flags coming up next. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Bank of America. Life's better. We're connected. Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. And by Ford. We go further, so you can.
I don't think there's ever been an easy championship to win. It's everything you've ever worked for and everything you've dreamed of.
It's Hamlin that will win at Chicagoland.
As the races, tick off, and the pressure it's got to go through the roof.
Every decision they make on this racetrack could determine if they're going to have an opportunity to win the championship.
Each and every round, that level gets higher and higher and higher.
Kenseth will win at New Hampshire.
They're all big races. As the stakes go up, that gets everybody's emotions a little higher.
As the races get fewer and fewer, the pressure builds.
At any point, your whole season can be ruined. Everyone knows that. Everyone's racing that way.
Kevin Harvick is going to win at Dover. Kevin Harvick keeps his championship hopes alive.
We're all racing for a championship every lap of every race in the chase.
Cars are rolling on round number 2 of the chase for the Sprint Cup. Time now for today's starting grid, brought to you by Bank of America. Up front, Matt Kenseth, Kyle Busch making up row number 1. Kyle Busch has 8 Xfinity Series wins here, 6 truck wins here, but he's never won in the Cup Series.
In row 2, Joey Logano, who has the best average finish all time at Charlotte, and Greg Biffle with a good qualifying effort.
Row 3 made up of 2 chase hopefuls. Our Chicago winner, Denny Hamlin, starting alongside Kurt Busch.
Row 4, Jimmy Johnson knocked out of the chase. He's a 7-time winner here, but Carl Edwards won here in May, looking for the sweep.
Row 5, we have Eric Almirola and Ryan Newman, top 10 in 4 of the last 5 races here.
Row 6, we have last week's winner, Kevin Harvick, starting alongside another chase driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
In row 7, Brad Keselowski, starting 13th, won this race in 2013.
Row 8, we have Martin Truex Jr., who led the most laps here in May, and Ryan Blaney.
Row 9, made up of 2 open-wheel drivers, moved to NASCAR, A.J. Allmendinger and Sam Hornish Jr.
In row 10, Casey Kane has won here 4 times before. We want to chat with one of the drivers in today's field and one of the chase contenders, Carl Edwards. Let's see if we can dial him up on the radio, Jeff.
Hey, Carl, it's the NBCSN booth. You with us?
4100, let's just call it 4, make it short. Okay, 4,000 seconds.
Hey, Carl, it's Jeff in the NBCSN booth. You with us?
Hey, I got you, Jeff.
All right, bud, tell us how challenging it is for you and your team to plan for a night race but now have to race during the day.
It's a big challenge, but fortunately I've got Darian Grubb up there, Matt Backman, Josh Knoll, all the guys. I mean, everybody does a really good job, so I feel like this is a benefit to us to be racing here on this beautiful afternoon. The sun's going to make the track change a lot, the rubber's going to lay down, and so for us and our Stanley team, we think this is playing into our hands.
All right, you're saying this is going to play into your hands. Tell us why. How is it advantageous to you and your team?
It just seemed like our car ran better in the sun the other day. I mean, I say all this, and who knows, we might go straight backwards here at the start, but I really do feel confident. I feel better running like this than I would have the other night. So for us, I hope it works out like we think it's going to.
All right, we're all looking forward to watching. You guys have a good day.
All right, you guys have a good one.
And leading the 43 around the track, today is the 2016 Toyota Camry XSE official pace car of Charlotte Motor Speedway. We'll ride along with 8 different chase drivers, one of those being Jeff Gordon. He starts 22nd today in the AARP onboard camera. Brad Keselowski has the Ford on board. He'll start 13th today. Dale Earnhardt Jr. with a nationwide in-car camera, starting in row 6. Kevin Harvick with the Jimmy Johns on board, starts in row 6th as well to the inside of Dale Jr. Ryan Newman with the Sprint on board will start in the 5th row in that 10th position. Carl Edwards, we just heard from him, has the Toyota on board. He starts up in row 4. Kurt Busch with the State Water Heaters in-car camera, starting in row 3. Also in row 3 with the Coca-Cola on board is Denny Hamlin, starting 5th. Gorgeous day, not a cloud in the sky, and so we have great pictures from up above. The aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods. GE Track Facts focusing on round 2, round of 12. Charlotte, Kansas, Talladega, 2.5 miles, and then, of course, Talladega, the big unknown restrictor plate racing. Everyone wants to have success either at Charlotte or Kansas so they don't have to rely on getting in at Talladega. Let's take a look at today's Sunoco fuel strategy. This race length, 334 laps or 500 miles, pit road speed 45 miles per hour, and the fuel window 50 to 55 laps. We will have a competition caution at lap 25, so they will not be able to put fuel into the cars until that competition caution if they come onto pit road prior to lap 25.
Okay, we go. You got Danica, he's got 4. Clean slate, new round here.
Clean slate, new round. 3 races to determine who will still have a chance at the championship in 2015.
It's the part of the race. We hadn't started yet, but everybody's really nervous because, you know, you worked and you worked and you worked for a night race, and you're getting ready to drop the green flag on a day race. You think you know what's going to happen, but until you start running, you're really not going to know.
Yeah, Jeff, they weren't able to make changes. The cars were stored overnight in the garage. They came in this morning, warmed up the engines, serviced some of the driver stuff, the radio, his helmet filter. Other than that, you have what you had last night. You're going to have to adjust on it as we go.
They did practice in the daytime, but cars went through inspection, and after that inspection, you were not able to change your setup. So what you had planning to race last night, that's what you have now.
Pace car comes onto pit road. Matt Kenseth on the outside. Pole winner, Kyle Busch on the inside. Coming through the quad oval. Crowd on their feet. Green flag in the air. We're underway at Charlotte. Already, 23.
Caution's out behind you. There's debris on the front.
J.J. Yaley, a lot of damage to the left front of that car. Jeff Burton, I'm sorry, is into 23. And the caution comes out right away. Left front of that 23 of Jeff Burton destroyed.
Saw a lot of people checking up in the middle of the pack. About 3/4 of the way through the pack, rather, we started seeing cars check up, and when that happens in front of you, it's hard to see.
I don't know if it's a tire.
So you see Jeb in the back of the pack as they start to check up. Right here, the 26 car, the 34, the 35, they all slowed down in front of you, and it's just hard to see. It's you know, when you're in the back and 4 or 5 rows up, just like if you're on the interstate and something happens 4 or 5 rows in front of you, you can't see it. And sometimes you get into the back of someone, never knew what happened, never had a chance to slow down.
Yeah, I don't see anybody spin their tires to really check up, but for some reason there was a little bit of an accordion effect in the back 6 or 7 rows. And much like you mentioned, Jeff, you know, you just can't wait for everybody to go to accelerate. This isn't like a stoplight where you wait for the car in front of you to go. When they drop the green flag, everyone in the field gets on the gas at the same time. So if someone doesn't start rolling, you have an accident.
Yeah, what a terrible way to start the day. You know, you haven't even completed a lap. You have the left front fender torn off of it. The only way you're going to have a good day at all now is to be able to get in and get that fender fixed, because you have not near the amount of downforce you need on the left front.
And that means we're going to have a restart. What everyone's looking forward to, Charlotte Motor Speedway. NBC Sports Live Extra gives you a chance to watch a live stream of every Sprint Cup Series race, combined with additional camera angles, interactive driver stats, and track information. It's available on your laptop, tablet, smartphone, and connected TVs. It's NBC Sports Live Extra. It brings you closer to every race. There's the restart zone. We don't have to put the red lines in. We're not going to superimpose anything over the track because Charlotte Motor Speedway already did it. They put lines on the track. They wanted fans to be able to see exactly where that restart zone is. And Kenseth choose the outside. Kyle Busch on the inside as we get ready for the restart. We're back to racing here at Charlotte. Kyle Busch on the bottom of the track, the advantage. Now Kenseth coming back with momentum on the high side. Greg Biffle in the 16, working that high line as well. Multiple grooves here at Charlotte, working early.
Yeah, with all that rain, Rick, this racetrack is very green, which means there's zero rubber on it. Really a ton of grip, but as these cars run, as the track heats up, that grip's going to go away.
It made Matt Kenseth mad when he beat him to the line. He has left him by like 10 car lengths in a lap.
He's checking out on the two running side by side. Biffle staying high. Here comes the 22 of Logano now. He works to the inside, trying to get by Kyle Busch. Joey Logano will take third away from Kyle Busch. Busch drops back, as does Greg Biffle. 3 wide as they come out of turn 2.
Yeah, Greg Biffle had his hands full in that entry to turn 1. I don't know if he got tight or if the splitter got on the ground, but as he moved up the banking, the 11 went to his bottom, the 41 went to his top.
Kurt Busch in the 41, in front of the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Carl Edwards in the 19 just behind him. Kurt Busch running just behind his little brother. Kurt Busch running 4th, Denny Hamlin 5th, Carl Edwards 6th. Matt Kenseth, Joey Logano, the top 2. Kyle Busch, Kurt Busch, Denny Hamlin, the top 5. Competition caution scheduled for around lap 25 because of the rains all day yesterday. Want to make sure that the tire wear is being checked about halfway through a fuel run. Greg Biffle continuing to drop back. This is why.
Yeah, there's something with the 16 cars. You see them enter into turn 1. Greg Biffle aims for the bottom of the racetrack. But right here, you see some sparks, which maybe the splitter's on the ground. That's what it looks like to me. As he goes up the banking, he gets in the middle lane. The 41 of Kurt Busch, he stays in the gaskets, goes outside. The 11 of Denny Hamlin takes the inside. That makes that position even worse, Mike, when you're stuck in the middle between 2 cars.
It definitely does. And he just came over the radio saying it's driving like he did in happy hour. In that case, the splitter was on the ground. And also something that happened in happy hour, he scraped the right side of the wall. So much damage. They almost had to go to a backup. They had extra time in the garage on Friday to try to repair that car, also on Saturday morning, but heavily damaged in happy hour, and the car's driving just like that right now. So Biffle's not happy, Dave.
Mike, Jeff Gordon isn't happy either. His car's dropped 4 positions since the resumption of the race, and that's because he called it, quote, frickin' horrible. He can't turn the car. He said it's plowing like crazy. He was reminded that he has that in-car track bar adjuster and to use that to try to help the handling of the 24.
What I really like about the 24 is this line he's running, Jeff. We talk about this being a day race. This middle of the racetrack really doesn't come in at all during the evening with these Sprint Cup cars. But right here with the sun up, Jeff Gordon's trying to recover a little bit by moving up the racetrack.
And Jeff, does the way a car handled, does that force your line sometimes where you can't run the bottom because of the handling of your car?
Well, when your car isn't handling well, you just have to look for wherever your car is better. So Jeff Gordon feels like when he was able to move up the racetrack, it made his car better. But the concern I have for the 24 is they dropped the green flag and he started going backwards a little bit. That's a problem this team has had. They've had really good runs, you know, being able to get a good finish. They dropped the green flag on a late race restart, and he can't keep up. So we saw it already at the start of this race. That's something they have to fix if they want to advance into the next round.
work maybe on the short runs as opposed to the long runs? Because once they get to a point, they normally plateau out, balance, and they don't fall back as far.
That's right, but restarts are so important because if you cannot hold the track position that you worked so hard to gain on a long run, or that your pit crew gave you on pit road, then all that work was for nothing. So you have to be able to use a long run car to your advantage, but on a restart you have to at least be able to keep those spots, not give them up.
Matt Kenseth on the last restart has checked out, has a 1.2 second lead over second place Joey Logano. Welcome back to the Bank of America 500. Get news, results, and highlights delivered straight to your inbox. You can subscribe to the free official NASCAR newsletter at NASCAR.com/newsletter. Matt Kenseth continuing to lead. The gap staying right about the same, just over a second between he and Joey Logano. For more of the storylines, let's go to Marty Snyder.
And Rick, Matt Kenseth stormed out to the lead after starting on the pole today. He said the car obviously took off very nicely. You see him catching lap traffic already, but he just radioed Jason Ratcliffe a moment ago, so the car is running out of grip, and it's, quote, slidey on both ends of the corner, but the balance is really close, Dave.
Marty, last week, Kurt Busch drove a broken race car. Wow, that was close. To a finish that just barely got him through to the next round of the chase. He drove that car for over 100 laps with a left front that was pounding into the track because the jack screw had come undone just a bit. Today, his car is just a little bit tight, and that's a vast improvement, Kelly.
Carl Edwards has already gained a couple positions early in this race. We heard him say that he thought he would be better running during the daytime. His crew chief, Darian Grubb, felt the same way. In fact, he said we hedged our bets and made some adjustments, betting that we were going to run a day race before they put their car through tech and into impound. Right now, Carl Edwards saying that he's a little bit free getting into one and tight in the center at both ends, but overall, pretty good. Mike?
No, Kelly, Paul Wolfe said pretty much the same thing in regards to this being a day race. He felt like this car would be better. He knew he didn't have many options as far as what they could adjust before the race, but he did point out, he said, hey, one thing we do have, Brad has the ability to adjust the track bar from inside the race car. He has been doing it. He's turned it down several notches because the car has been very loose and he's not rolling the center. They've also told him to back up the corner a little bit and adjust his line. Right now, Brad's still trying to fine-tune this race car, but there's a long way to go, Rick.
Absolutely. Again, this is a 334-lap race. We've only completed 23. A little bit of a close call with Matt Kenseth coming up to the back of the field.
He's catching these two cars, trying to lap him. Car in front of him got really loose. He had to make a pretty quick move to the left to avoid contact.
It was Cole Witt in the 35 that he was able to avoid and get around. Competition caution scheduled to come around lap 25. We had a caution early just on the initial start of the race. We'll see how long NASCAR will let them stay out on the track before that caution comes out.
What that caution is going to do is, if we do have it around lap 25, Rick, we've already run 3 or 4 laps under yellow. Some of these teams might elect to only take right side tires. I think we're going to see strategy right away when they end up coming down pit road.
Kenseth out front, continuing to lap the slower cars. Logano still just over a second behind. Kenseth has been running multiple lines already, kind of searching around the track out front. Joey Logano, and there's that competition caution. Joey Logano has also been hugging the white line through 3 and 4. So now the pace car will pick up Matt Kenseth, getting into turn number 1. The field will stack up behind him, and they will open pit road to the lead lap cars. There are 39 on the lead lap. Reed Sorensen was the highest car scored 1 lap down.
Now the decisions. We talked about what they had in practice, a little bit of day practice, preparing for a night race. It rained out. The car sat all night. You had to start. A lot of anticipation of what the track was going to be like. Well, now you've run on it for 25 laps. What are these drivers telling their crew chiefs? What do they want for adjustment? What teams maybe are going to only put right side tires on and try to get some track position?
With 39 cars on the lead lap, if you put 2 tires on, as you're leaving your pit box, other cars are going to still be coming in their pit. So this is a place where you and your team really need to be communicating well. If not, we can see a wreck on pit road.
Reed Sorensen in the 98 is going to get the free pass. So that will put 40 cars on the lead lap on the restart. Matt Kenseth, Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, Kurt Busch, Denny Hamlin, all getting ready to duck onto pit road. How quickly will the strategy come into play? Let's go to Dave.
Well, Tony Gibson, crew chief for Kurt Busch, is going to give his driver 4 Goodyear tires, but the tires in the front will have less air pressure in them than the ones that started the race. That will help the front end of this car turn for Kurt. Mike?
Dave, Kyle Busch has led 4 laps in the early stages of this race, but he needs some more front turn and some more front grip. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment and a 4-tire change in Sunoco race fuel. Marty?
Joey Logano hits pit road running second. He said, I need more turn to the bottom, and the front was pretty bad at the end of the run. Air pressure adjustment, also a wedge adjustment for Joey Logano, and a little tape on that front grill for Matt Kenseth, the leader. He said he's just lacking overall grip. He's having to wait on those front tires. An air pressure adjustment for the leader, Matt Kenseth. 4 Goodyear tires for all these guys in the lead group.
You see the Geico race off pit road. Kenseth holding serve, staying out front. Kyle Busch, Kurt Busch, Denny Hamlin all moving up a spot. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Bank of America. Life's better. We're connected. Recently, Bank of America teamed up with Hendrick Motorsports to give a local veteran the surprise of a lifetime. After an all-access tour with team owner Rick Hendrick, driver Chase Elliott treated the veteran to a high-speed ride-along at Charlotte Motor Speedway. You can join Bank of America's efforts by using hashtag TruthThanks or by visiting bankofamerica.com/TruthThanks to share your message of support. For every qualified expression of thanks, Bank of America will donate $1 up to $1 million to the Wounded Warrior Project. Let's take a look at some of Jeff Gordon's milestones, brought to you by AARP, and there are a lot of them. Here at Charlotte, 45 starts, 5 wins, including his first ever Cup win back in 1994. 24 times of the 45 starts, he has finished in the top 10. Over 50% of his starts here with a top 10 finish.
Remember Jeff Gordon's first win, how much emotion he showed, how excited he was. You know, you knew right then how much racing mattered to him. And, you know, since then, he's had just an unbelievable career.
It wouldn't surprise me, Jeff, that if he was able to win today, we might see the same sort of emotion. Absolutely. I know this last year, he's done a great job of not just playing it off. I mean, he's letting everybody know how important it is to him. But he's kept the emotion down, kept the task at hand as the utmost important. But if he breaks through into victory lane, I think we're really going to see what he's feeling.
His team did a really good job on pit road right there. They picked him up probably 4 spots. He's up to 18. So nice pit stop by those guys.
Kenseth, Kyle Busch, Kurt Busch, Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano. The top 5, and it's Carl Edwards, Kevin Harvick, Ryan Newman, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Austin Dillon, rounding out the top 10. Pace car back on pit road. Kenseth choosing the outside line again for the restart. Again, he can go anytime once he gets to that line. Green flag back in the air. Once again, Kyle Busch with a great restart. On the inside, has the advantage coming out of 2, but can he hold it? Last time, Kenseth was able to surge forward down the backstretch, take the lead into 3 and 4, and he does it again. This time, Kurt Busch uses the high line and will go by his little brother. Kevin Harvick a little bit higher line than Dale Earnhardt Jr. Harvick in the 4, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88.
That's a perfect example of the goal of the high line or even the middle line right there with the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Dale Earnhardt Jr. beat him into the corner. You can drive in deeper on the bottom, but Kevin Harvick was able to get in the gas sooner than the 88 and cleared him easily off the corner.
Mr. Consistency just in front of Kevin Harvick. Ryan Newman. Newman still searching for a victory in 2015. He wasn't able to get one in 2014, but was almost able to win the championship in 2014. He finished second at Homestead, right behind Kevin Harvick, who won the race and ultimately the title.
And remember, if you win a race, you advance on to the next round. So winning is ultimately what you want to do. But if you don't win, then points matter. So Ryan Newman and his team last year, they proved there's more than one way to make this thing happen. Mike?
Yeah, and Jeff, that formula worked pretty well for them. They came up just 1 position shy of winning the championship, finishing runner-up in Homestead. So I talked to his crew chief, Luke Lambert, this weekend and asked him if he thought that formula could work this time around. He just kind of smirked and said, well, I hope so, but I'd rather win a race, obviously. He knows where they stand in relation to the competition, so he said, in order to beat everyone, we need to bring everything we have every single week, not leave anything on the racetrack. They know they need to step up their game.
RCR still looking for a win as far as teams go, and winless streaks. As a team, you wouldn't want to be on this list. Front Row Motorsports, it's been 91 races. Michael Waltrip Racing 82. Chip Ganassi Racing 69. RCR, see them down there, 66 races.
Yeah, but the concern is the season is 36 races. So every team on that list right there went an entire year or more than a year now without a win.
Yeah, and Ryan Newman and his team, they used that formula last year. It wasn't that they didn't want to win races. It wasn't like they went into it with a strategy, hey, let's don't try to win races, let's just be consistent. Ultimately, they just didn't have the speed. So without the speed to win, then you have to play the cards that you have. You have to try to find a way to move on and advance into the next round. So they did a great job of moving on without exactly the fastest cars. It's not the way they wanted to do it, but it's the way they had to do it.
And you talk about trying to find a way. That's what Kevin Harvick right here is trying to do to pass the 31. He seems to be a little bit quicker. He'd run the top of 1 and 2 a couple times, trying to get some momentum. As you look here up the rear bumper of Ryan Newman's car in the 31, you see Kevin Harvick. Car looks good, drives down to the white line. Looks like he picks up the gas even a little sooner than Ryan Newman right there. You see him start to inch in on him down the backstretch.
Interesting call. Sorry to interrupt. NASCAR has said that they are going to black flag the 26, which is J.J. Yaley, claiming, and with the new camera system, they're able to focus in on each team, but they're claiming that one of the crew members actually need the quarter panel to affect the quarter panel. Watch the pit stop. Drove his left knee into the quarter panel to affect part of the aerodynamics of that car. So they'll bring him onto pit road. He'll have to correct that situation.
And this all stems from last year, Rick. Towards the second half of last year, we saw a lot of right side skirts being flared out, quarter panels breaking loose and being flared out. NASCAR knew after a certain amount of time, as you see Kevin Harvick here working the top on Ryan Newman, trying to get some momentum. After a certain amount of time, they started to realize that this wasn't by chance, that all these flares and skirts were moving. So they made this a rule. And like as you mentioned, they have this camera system. Every pit stop is on a camera. NASCAR can review it. If they see damage on the racetrack, much like Kevin Harvick last week in Dover, they'll ask you to repair it. The Ford did. No harm, no foul. Everything was fine. But like the 26, if they thought there was some intent, the penalty is they're going to bring you back down pit road to work on it.
So they have brought the 26 back onto pit road. So they will have to correct that situation. Then they'll be allowed to go back out on the track. And the 5 with a lot of damage on the right side. Dave.
Rick, they had to come down pit road to fix that right side damage for Casey Kane on a day when he really thought he was going to be one of those drivers that could use the whole speedway, high line, low line, work his way around, the kind of thing that's led into wins here in the past. But getting in the wall like this changes the car a lot and may be doomed for Casey now.
They're sending him back out. He was running 12th. Casey Kane, a lot of success here at Charlotte, 4 wins.
But, Rick, this is what these drivers have to do. You have to manage the race. We talked about how difficult it was going to be during the day and how things were going to change. As you see Casey Kane here really high in 1 and 2, some dust flying off the right side of the car. Looks like he'd already made some contact. Now you're racing from behind. Not only have you damaged your race car, but you're racing from behind. It's going to be interesting to see if this 5 team will be fortunate enough to get their laps back and try to race from here.
And that's one thing that's very difficult for a driver. You know, when do I go to the top? When can I use the very top of the racetrack? Is now too early? Is it still too dirty to go up there? Those are difficult questions to answer. Sometimes you just got to go up there and hope it is ready.
Seems like Casey Kane gave it a shot. It didn't work out for him. And remember, if you watched the Xfinity race on Friday, he and Kyle Busch got into it during that race. Kenseth out front. Bank of America 500. Biggest Mover presented by Sprint. Kyle Larson, 15 spots already. Stop in at Sprint and cut your rate plan in half. Just bring in your Verizon or AT&T wireless bill and turn in your old phone. Kyle Larson, after starting 31st, moved up 15 spots. Casey Kane going the wrong direction because of what might have been a cut tire. We're riding along with Brad Keselowski. Look up front with Casey here.
Yeah, you see the 5 goes in. It doesn't look like he drives in too deep. The car just has a little movement. It goes up the racetrack. I thought that it was maybe perhaps driver error that he got too high, but after seeing that video and the right front tire being down, now I'm not so sure whether the tire was down before or after that crash. Dave, what are you hearing?
And Steve, his crew chief Keith Rodden took just a second to tell me they believed it was flat that sent Casey into the wall, but they don't know why. And Goodyear engineers also looked over the right front and they couldn't tell. They said, we're taking it back to the tire shop for a closer look.
And as quickly as we complimented Kyle Larson on moving up to the front, he might be testing the boundaries of Charlotte Motor Speedway a little bit more than he should.
Way up the racetrack. Just touches it just a little bit. I don't think there's a lot of damage there. I think that's just trying hard, Mike.
Yeah, and he radioed in not too long ago saying not a big deal, just scrub the outside wall. But, you know, we're not the only ones complimenting him. His crew chief, Chris Eroy, was complimenting him earlier this weekend. He said during practice, we were struggling trying to find the balance, but he led us in the right direction. He said he found something with the track bar adjustment that allowed them to dial it in. And when so many guys are really trying to make the adjustments on the fly with the track bar adjustment, with this being a day race instead of a night race, that's certainly to his advantage. As you saw, just a little bit loose, but obviously he's got a pretty good car, one he can drive toward the front.
There are 12 chase drivers trying to advance for a championship, and within the top 12 there is one driver not running for a championship. That's Austin Dillon. What a great run he is having early on, running 6th, and he won the Xfinity race on Friday, so that success might be transferring over here to the Cup car.
You know, Rick, Slugger Labby and Austin Dillon have really put some good cars on the racetrack here in the last couple months. We've seen speed out of this 3 car. He's been up competing with the chasers. The big thing I want to see out of the 3 car now is the finish. They've been up front there, they've run up front there, but sometimes by none of their doing, sometimes by their own doing, they haven't finished as well as I think they could have in some of these races. Now it's time to put 500 miles together and get the finish.
Kelly, what's the team saying?
Well, Steve Letarte just said it. They haven't had a finish better than 22nd in the last 5 races, but that is not a reflection of how Austin Dillon and this 3 car have run. They've consistently been in the top 10, top 12. Last week they were running 12. When the track bar failed on him, it automatically went all the way to the tight. Early in this race, Slugger was really happy with this car. Right now he's saying he's a bit tight in the center and just a little loose off, but his crew chief Slugger Labby was another who anticipated this could be a day race and had made some adjustments before they went through tech inspection to help for these conditions.
Yeah, and Kelly, that's a really smart move, and it's a gamble those guys could take. They're not in the chase. So if you looked at the weather yesterday, why not take that gamble? Why not say, you know what, it looks like we're going to race tomorrow and adjust the car accordingly. And you know what, the thing I see that I really like, I see confidence. I see confidence from Austin Dillon. I see confidence from Slugger. I see confidence from the entire team. That team right now, they feel like they can win. And before you can win, you must first have to believe you can win. They definitely believe they can win.
Mike Massaro, how about another update?
Well, yeah, Rick, I want to talk a little bit about Kyle Busch. He's interesting. You know, we talk about a lot of guys comparing the spring race to this race. Well, his comparison is amazing. His spring race was the first one he ran all year long. And Adam Stevens told me this weekend, he said there were more unknowns that weekend than any other he's had in his racing career. He didn't know if he could last 600 miles behind the wheel of that race car. Well, he's completely recovered now. Those unknowns are completely gone away. He feels like the car's a little bit loose right now, but certainly he feels like he's got a fast one, Dave.
Mike, on that first pit stop, Denny Hamlin's crew gave him an air pressure adjustment for a car that was a little loose in, a little tight in the center, a little loose off. But the 11 team is brimming with confidence right now because of what JGR did here all season long at Charlotte Motor Speedway. They've won practically everything. And don't forget, last year, Denny Hamlin advanced all the way to the finals. Kelly?
It's a bit of a conflict of numbers when you look at what Kevin Harvick did in round 1 of the chase. He had the worst average finish of the 16 drivers, but he led 60% of the laps, an incredible statistic. I asked his crew chief Rodney Childers if he felt like now the team has the bullseye back on him, and he said, Well, look, and you see him making the move there on Ryan Newman. He said anybody who's focused on just racing the 4, well, that's exactly their problem. They need to be worried about their own stuff, make their own cars better. Right now, Kevin Harvick said he needed a little more turn through the center. It was a little bit loose off. They made some adjustments to help him out, Marty.
Kelly Dale Earnhardt Jr. is in the 10th position. He says the car is tight, especially in 3 and 4 in traffic. He said it almost feels like the nose of the car is too high. You know, everybody is worried about the second round of the chase, Charlotte, Kansas, and Talladega. Maybe except for Dale Earnhardt Jr. This week he said, I love this round. They finished 3rd here in Charlotte in the spring, 3rd at Kansas in the spring, and obviously won Talladega and Daytona in July as well. So they're very good at the restrictor plate racing. You know, Jeff, everybody does not like this round, but Junior does love this round. When you're as dominant as they are at the restrictor plate races, you can see why, right?
And into the wall once again. The 5 of Casey Kane, this time a lot of damage. That will bring the caution out for the 3rd time.
You have to wonder, Rick, he got in the wall earlier. They thought they had a flat right front tire. This here, as hard as this impact is right here, I'm already asking myself, did he have another right front tire problem perhaps?
Yeah, there was a lot of damage from the first incident. The sheet metal was really torn up on it. It's quite possible they rubbed a hole in the side of the tire.
Very unfortunate for Casey Kane. Incredible success here at this track. You see he had Hendrick ride along that sweepstakes on the hood this week, giving a fan an opportunity to come and experience Hendrick Motorsports. Yeah, he said, I hit hard that time.
You see he's on the bottom of the racetrack. If you fail a tire, that is not where you want to be. You want to be right against the wall when the tire fails. When you blow that right front tire and it heads up to the wall at that angle, that is a big hit. You know, I feel bad for Casey and his team. They just can't seem to catch a break. They just can't. They ran really well early in the year. Then things started unraveling, and since then it just hasn't stopped.
So Casey Kane will have to take the 5 into the garage. Extensive damage to the right side. Last on pit road, lap 27. We've gone a little over 30 laps. Green flag, and pits are open. They're coming at you, Dave.
Kurt Busch up to 2nd place now in that 41 car. He'll bring it to pit road for 4 tires again. They're going to make a little bit of a wedge adjustment for a car that needs help rolling the center. Mike?
Kyle Busch has been loose and is lacking rear grip. He's been making track bar adjustments from inside the car. This time, though, they'll turn a wrench on the chassis on the wedge and a 4-tire change on the 18, Marty.
Joey Logano said he was a little bit edgy on exit in turn 4, where he was a little bit loose, but tight in 1 and 2. An air pressure adjustment to help that 22 car out for leader Matt Kenseth. He said his car gets tighter as they catch traffic. It was an air pressure and a wedge adjustment for that 20 car who wins the race off pit road, Rick.
Once again, Matt Kenseth holding his spot. Joey Logano gained a couple spots. So did Kevin Harvick. Looking to the top 5 coming off of pit road. Let's get a closer look at our Toyota Camry on-track car. Maybe focus in on what Casey Kane was dealing with just moments ago.
Yeah, we heard Casey Kane say he took a hard hit. One of the things I'm most proud of in my career is helping try to design this system. So there's a head surround system. So you can imagine if Casey's head is in this surround, when he does hit the wall, his head doesn't have anywhere to go. All this black foam around it is energy absorbing foam. So that is there to absorb the energy and take the blow away from Casey's helmet.
And right now, Kelly Stavis is caught up with Casey.
Hard hit indeed. Not once, but twice into the wall. Casey, what happened?
Yeah, the first time I was just coming out to the wall to enter the corner. I felt my right front drop a little bit. So it didn't explode, but it started going down. So I just hit the brakes full on and didn't hit the wall too hard. And then I knew the second time I knew I needed to get by Matt to get one of those laps back. And just right in the center of the corner, I was just going back wide open throttle and it popped that time. Obviously we're doing something wrong to have 2 tire failures like that. So it was, I don't know what happened. We had no issues in practice or anything like that. And, this Hendrick Ride-Along.com Chevrolet was really fast. So discouraging, but that's the way it goes.
Thanks, Casey. Rick?
Coming to the restart zone. This time Kenseth chose the inside line. Logano on the outside. So Kenseth going to see if he can make the inside line work. Kevin Harvick looked to the inside of Kyle Busch on the restart. Wasn't able to get an advantage. Will this work for Kenseth to choose that inside line?
And Jeff, you were pointing because Kenseth chose to wait all the way in the second half of the restart zone. It really stacked up rows 4 through 8. They're trying to anticipate it. When Kenseth chooses not to go, it stacks the whole field up.
This longer restart zone that NASCAR came up with a couple weeks ago is great for the front rows, but the back road, it makes it harder because you do not know when the front row is going to go.
And that's an anticipation thing. You used to be able to anticipate because the zone was so short.
That's right. Remember why they changed that. The drivers thought that making the zone bigger would help them. It would make things easier. But in fact, it's pretty wide now. But the restarts have actually become harder for some of the people.
Austin Dillon trying to find a way around the 4 and the 11. Looking for open track for Kevin Harvick after restarting 5th, holding on to that spot. Denny Hamlin just behind him. Austin Dillon running 7th. Kenseth, Logano, Kyle Busch, Kurt Busch, Kevin Harvick, the top 5. Denny Hamlin, Austin Dillon, Ryan Newman, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Martin Truex Jr., the top 10. Doing it again. Denny Hamlin outside of the 3 of Austin Dillon. Dillon with a pretty good car. He's been running in the top 10. Challenging now Denny Hamlin for the 6th spot.
The entire top 11 are Chase drivers except for Austin Dillon. This racetrack belongs to Austin Dillon as much as it does to everybody else. In Cup racing, you are allowed, everybody's out here, not just the guys racing for the championship. So he has every right to go and race everybody on this racetrack. It doesn't matter if you're in the chase or not. You need to treat them with respect. But at the same time, you owe it to your team, your sponsors, and everybody involved to go try to win this race.
Tagged by the back, the 88 into the wall.
Stay up there.
Looked like Carl Edwards got into the back of him.
It did. It looked like he got into his left rear. And now this 88 has to decide how much damage does he have. Is a tire rubbing? This is much like what we saw with the 4 at Chicago. He stayed out on the racetrack, had a flat left rear tire, hurt his chase chances. Now this 88 and Dale Jr. have to make the same decision. Can they stay on the racetrack and continue to run?
I don't think Dale ever knew he was there. Carl made that move so late. Dale started down and had no idea that Carl was there. Marty?
And they're debating on the radio about whether or not they do want to pit. Greg Ives said, what do you think? Do you need to pit? And Junior said, I hit it pretty hard, guys. Then they radioed. You heard that. No tire smoke. So the plan as of right now, Junior and the 88 staying on the track.
Well, he's outside a 3 wide situation. Take another look at what happened.
You see Carl, he's down there, but he made that move off the trial. But Dale Jr. just never knew he was there. He went to turn left and just did not know he was there. Did a really nice job of saving the car. I know he got in the wall, but that's a very, very difficult spot to be tagged in the left rear.
And look at this with Newman earlier.
Yeah, you see as he gets a big run on the 31. From that angle, I can't tell if the air just gets the 31 up or if he actually made contact with him. And here we're riding along with Carl Edwards. You see Dale Jr. move to the right and try to arc it off in there, and the 19 just gets into his bumper.
Yeah, the 19 got in his bumper, but I mean, if you're the 19, you have to assume that he knows you're there. I mean, it's just racing. I mean, it's just two guys going for the spot. But you know, I thought that, to be honest with you, I thought Carl made that move really, really late, getting in the corner. But watching that replay, he didn't make it so late.
Now Jeff Gordon's getting by the 88. Dale Jr. continuing to fall back. He's falling all the way to 19th.
But when we talk about compromise, that's what we're talking about. We're 74 laps into our 334-lap race. So does Carl need to make that move? Does Dale Jr. need to leave him a lane? All of those are question marks. There's not a right answer. There's just a bunch of opinions. But the fact is, they both made contact on the track, and the worst for wear is the 88.
Every position counts. Every position is worth a point. Dale Earnhardt Jr., as he continues to fall out of the top 10, now running 20th.
One thing to keep in mind in that whole sequence is that the spotters at Charlotte, they are on the turn 4 side of the start-finish line. So the spotters looking down the racetrack, you really can't tell. Looks like the 88's got a tire down.
Just stay up there, buddy. Slow way down here. Slow way down to stay up there. Slow way down here.
They don't want to tear up the car anymore. But obviously a tire issue. The right front is down, and the caution is out. You heard the voice of TJ Majors. Dale Earnhardt Jr. spotter telling him to stay up there and slow down. Free pass is going to go to Alex Bowman in the 7. That would put 34 cars on the lead lap.
And at this point in the race, it doesn't matter if you go a lap down. You've got to go slow so you don't tear the fender up any more than it's already torn up. You have plenty of chances to get your lap back with free passes, all those kind of things. Just make sure this situation is not made any worse.
And on pit road,
we're going to have to lift up on the back.
They're advising them what they'll have to do. Marty?
And you hear Greg Ives on the radio. Very calmly, Junior has not actually said a word on the radio since that happened. They're going to check the suspension once they get the tires off and make sure the right side is cleared out so they can get good clearance on the new tires. Just right sides only on this stop for Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the 88 team. Then they plan on coming in next time and taking on left side tires. And right now, just checking to make sure that the car and the body is just fine on that 88 car. Again, very calm on the radio. No panic right now. Greg Ives guiding the team through, and clearly the right front much more damage than the right rear of the car right now for the 88.
Greg Ives is doing a good job here. You see way more than the allowed number of guys over pit wall, but that's called playing within the box. He understands that penalty. His tail end. He's hear him on top of the pit box giving direction. He knows he already has a penalty for pitting too soon. The penalty's no worse if you send more guys over pit road. That's managing the moment. They also actually called up and asked NASCAR how much they could pull in the body. We saw the 27 penalized earlier. This obviously has heavy damage, but NASCAR is going to be relatively heavy on their scrutiny here. They want to make sure they repair the car in reasonably the same shape, not try to find an advantage.
So they work on the right side. We heard they're going to try to stay just one lap down, so they'll try to get out in front of the pace car. Be able to stay a lap down and then work for that later as the rest of the lead lap cars come to you, Dave.
And they may take 2 right side tires just for some track position. That's what drivers have been saying is so crucial here today. Kurt Busch on pit road in the 41 car. 2 rights. Mike.
Matt Kenseth at the front of pit road is going to take 4 tires on here. He said the car was better turning on that run. There'll be no changes, but a 4-tire stop for the 20 bunch.
Looks like Kevin Harvick also took advantage of just a 2-tire stop to win the race off of pit road.
We had some stay out, Rick, so it's not just the guys off the pit road with 2 tires. Logano, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, they all decided to stay on the racetrack.
Today's aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods. An afternoon race at Charlotte Motor Speedway. NASCAR Chase app is the ultimate way to support your driver during the chase for the Sprint Cup. Customize your favorite driver's nation flag, get help filling out your chase grid, and much more. Download it today in the Apple App Store, Google Play, or via NASCAR.com/chase. 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. The woes continue for this team in round 2. We look back to round 2, 2014. This is Kansas. Look away, Steve. A hard hit there for, at the time, your car.
Yeah, then we came to Charlotte with needing a good run, had a vibration all week long, ended up breaking the shifter. We heard earlier that Dale Earnhardt Jr. was excited for this round, and he does have the stats at the beginning of the year to back that up. But here again at Charlotte, some bad luck early for the 88.
The one thing the 88 has, though, they have Talladega coming. If they end up not having a good day, he is unbelievably good at Talladega, so he can still win in advance.
When the caution came out, Matt Kenseth was the race leader. A little bit of a stumble on pit road. Jackman goes down.
But the biggest issue was we have several people that stayed out. We have several people that did 2, and Matt Kenseth did 4. He was actually the first one off pit road on 4 tires, but he went from leading the race all the way back to 13th.
That's the crew chief, one of the crew chief's biggest fear when you're a little off sequence. You know a couple are going to stay out. You know a couple are going to take 2, but you have good track position. You're afforded the ability to take 4 tires, but when you have a stumble like that, that's not figured into the calculation. Those few extra seconds can really hurt him.
Kevin Harvick, who won the race off of pit road, will be restarting 8th. 7 cars stayed out on the track. And the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. 1 lap down after the work they did to the right side of that car. Coming back to the start, Logano, Kyle Busch. Logano on the inside, race leader. Green flag back in the air. Now the leader of the race has been choosing the inside line. How will that work? Kyle Busch with a great restart. Down the backstretch, trying to take the lead away from Joey Logano. Logano surges forward into 3 and takes the lead back. Kevin Harvick, after taking 2 tires on pit road, has moved up to 4th now as he has been able to get by the 31 of Ryan Newman.
Harvick made it 3 wide and got himself into 4th. The next guy that was able to make an advance from the back was the 11 car. He also made it 3 wide and was able to advance himself.
And look at this mess, Jeff. This is the concern when you're a crew chief and you're trying to come up with a pit strategy. Look at where they've put their drivers. You have the 19, the 20, the 78, 31, all chase contenders. They have fresher tires, but they're with this mess of cars, 2 and 3 wide racing.
And these guys are racing for a championship. They cannot afford to be in a wreck.
The 42 is flying around the outside of this track. Kyle Larson has moved up to 7th, now to the bottom of the track, trying to get by Denny Hamlin, but he has used the high line 2 times around this track to make up about 6 to 8 positions. 11 spots already for Kyle Larson, moving along that high side.
So now what everybody knows, they saw Harvick, they saw Hamlin, they saw Larson. All of those 3 cars make it 3 wide on the restart, using the outside to their advantage. So I can guarantee you the next time we get a restart, everybody's going to be protecting that outside and also trying to attack that outside.
Listen, Matt Kenseth, he's not a flashy driver. We talk about Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, plus a whole bunch of spots. Matt Kenseth, he hasn't really moved up much, hasn't used those 4 tires, but that's Matt Kenseth's style. He knows it's 84 laps into this race. It almost looked like, Jeff, he didn't want to get into that mess until it got single file. Now as the traffic has narrowed down, you see both the 20 of Matt Kenseth and the 19 of Carl Edwards starting to pick and choose their spots, slowly gaining positions.
Methodical as opposed to aggressive. 2 different driving styles or patterns.
The only thing you're going to do at lap 85 is lose points. There's very little points to gain. There are no points to gain. Rick, points are only given on the last lap. I know that's an unpopular statement, but Matt Kenseth knows how to win championships.
He does. Matt Kenseth does know how to win championships, especially based on points. He was the last one to win it prior to the chase format taking place. And now side by side, his teammates, Carl Edwards on the inside, Kenseth on the outside. Kenseth still 14th.
And, earlier we talked about non-chasers. in the top 12, in the top 15. We've talked a lot about Austin Dillon, who's in the 5th position. We have Larson 7th, but how about Blaney up in 8th? Hornish Jr. in 9th, or excuse me, in 10th. Some guys that aren't in the chase have done a great job, been efficient with their cars, efficient with their strategy, got up in the top 10.
And they did a really nice job in that restart with everybody around them with fresher tires. They were able to maintain position, maybe lose a few, but that's not bad considering they had less tires than everybody else.
Kenseth used the high line there to try to get an advantage over Carl Edwards. Kenseth in the 20, Edwards in the 19. Greg Biffle is on pit road in the 16. Unscheduled stop for Biffle. Sam Hornish Jr. in the 9. Also one of the non-chase drivers, still in the top 10.
So now that Kenseth is in the back of the race, all day long we've seen him on the bottom of the racetrack. He had clean air. He was able to go wherever he wanted to go. Now he's forced to go places he's never been before. So we saw Matt Kenseth working the top of the racetrack. First time he's had to be there all day long. We'll see how it works for him.
We talked about non-chasers, Dillon, Larson, Blaney, Hornish. Well, how about Jimmy Johnson? Jimmy Johnson's a non-chaser. He's up to 3rd. He's been eliminated from the chase, come to a track that he has a lot of success, although I don't know how many tracks you can list that he hasn't had a lot of success, but you know, he's being more aggressive. We saw right here that he chose to stay on the racetrack, get that track position. They're out of the points. At this point, it's trophies or bust for this 48 team. So Chad Knaus, Jimmy Johnson already being aggressive early in this race.
And the 16 came on to pit road because of a loose wheel. So Mike Massaro let us know a loose wheel brought the 16 of Greg Biffle onto pit road. Jimmy Johnson, 7 times he has won at Charlotte. Jimmy Johnson running 3rd as you see the Hendrick Motorsports crew and where they all stack up today. Jimmy Johnson, the highest running Hendrick driver. Johnson out of the championship hunt after issues at Dover last week, eliminating him from the possibility of a championship. Matt Kenseth still right in the hunt of a championship with Ryan Newman behind him.
Well, you talk Matt Kenseth, you know, he chose to take 4 tires, put him a little bit farther back on this restart. And we talked about how he's trying to move his way back in. But if we go back to the original start, you see right here, on the start, Matt Kenseth highlighted there, he's 3 wide right here at the bottom, and he bangs into the left side of the 31 of Ryan Newman. That's almost could be a little bit of a wake-up call. And then he gets stacked in behind the 55, loses his momentum right here. Paul Menard does a great job of not getting to the rear bumper of the 20, but you see how quickly that momentum loss, the 19 to 42 were coming. It's almost hitting that 31, almost with that little bit of that wake-up call. Okay, I'm gonna take a breather here. Let me take a lap off, get everybody lined up, and now he seems to be just slowly but surely working his way back up in there. Now, though, same stress. Any rubs, any tires. We haven't seen any smoke, so I assume everything's good with the tires.
Matt Kenseth catching his breath like I had to do after Arendira Walinda got off of the ring from underneath the helicopter earlier today. Out front, Joey Logano leading at Charlotte. Joey Logano in front of the field at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Points as they run. Steve, you mentioned it doesn't matter until the end of the race, but it's sure fun to look at as far as the holes that people are getting into early on in this first race of round number 2. Logano, Kyle Busch, Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick, and Austin Dillon are the top 5.
It doesn't matter till the end of the race, but it's also good to have a little bit of snapshot to understand where you are.
Let's go through the field. Brought to you by Nationwide. Marty.
Well, Rick, it's hard to believe that coming into this race, Charlotte Motor Speedway, was a track that Todd Gordon and Joey Logano were the most worried about. I asked Gordon about that earlier. He said, listen, we've had one top 10 in our last 4 races here, but we brought a new philosophy to Charlotte. Obviously, that philosophy has worked. Logano qualified 3rd, out front right now. Car's a little bit tight. We're pretty happy with it, Mike.
You know, Marty, you don't have to remind Kyle Busch just how important it would be to win one of these first 2 races here in round 2. A year ago, he had spectacular finishes in these first 2 rounds, our first 2 races of this round, but got taken out in a crash in Talladega and did not advance. So obviously his eye is on victory lane today. He feels like the balance of his car is the best it's been all afternoon. They didn't stop under the last caution because they didn't feel like they needed to adjust. Kelly?
Jimmy Johnson in that 48 car, 7 wins here, the most of anybody. He was the big surprise, eliminated of round 1. He said, obviously that was a disappointment, but that's just part of it. Now, their job is to come to the track each week and go for the win. In addition to that, they want to do all they can to help their teammates out. Specifically, they said the 88, whom they share a shop with, to help him win this championship. Right now, Jimmy Johnson's saying he needs a little bit more grip. Behind him, Kevin Harvick, who's still very much alive in this race. He won this race a year ago. Now, talked to his crew chief, Rodney Childers. He said, look, we just let too many races slip out of our hands. It's go time now. Now we've got to redeem ourselves. They took 2 tires on their last stop. Kevin Harvick looking for a little bit more turn. Mike?
And Kelly, earlier this weekend I spoke with Kyle Larson's crew chief, Chris Heroy, about how they were in the spring. He said we were horrible here in the spring, but we've made significant gains since. And you can see that by the performance thus far. Kyle Larson has picked up 26 positions since the beginning of this race. Feels like the car is very well balanced right now and obviously very fast, Kelly.
Austin Dillon in that 3 car really looking to put together a complete race. They've run so strong so many times. He won the the Xfinity Series race earlier this weekend, but there was one downside to that. His crewman, Brian Gainey, their new jackman, Jason Hunt got hurt pitting for Austin that night. Right now, Austin's saying just needs a little bit more drive off the corner and more side bite, Dave.
Kelly, in round 1, Denny Hamlin won and advanced. That was at Chicagoland Speedway. Crew chief Dave Rogers told me we need to be better this weekend, so they made more than usual changes coming into the racing event. They qualified 5th. He's been kind of running that. They took on 4 tires last time. Car a little bit loose off now, Kel.
Martin Truex Jr. hasn't traditionally been a strong racer here at Charlotte, but something seemed to click when he moved to Furniture Row Racing. In the spring race in May, he led a race-high 131 laps. Now, they got out-strategized on a fuel strategy by a few others, but really seemed to be better. Right now, though, he's saying he's bouncing back and forth between tight and loose. He's been adjusting the track bar, but it only helps one and hurts the other, Mike.
Kelly, to this point, the race has not fallen in the lap of Ryan Blaney, so to speak. He was hoping for lots of long green flag runs. He felt like that was their strength. They may not have taken off very well in the first 10 laps or so, but they felt like after 15 laps or so, they'd be better than most. They haven't gotten those long green flag runs. Still, he feels pretty good about his race car, although it's just been a little bit loose, Dave.
Mike, there are times when drivers just have to grit their teeth and drive. This is one of those times for Kurt Busch. He took on right side tires only, gave up 5 spots on pit road, fell back to 12th. He's raced his way back to 10th, gritting his teeth and very quiet.
They've been a roller coaster for Matt Kenseth. We saw the replay a moment ago. Restarted 13th, fell back to 17th. Now he's back up to 11th, and he said the car just feels a little bit tighter right now. They do have some right side damage to fix, they think, from that contact with the 31 on the restart, but Matt trying to make his way back up to the field. Now he's up to 10th.
It's been a really good last month for Eric Almirola in the 43 team. 2 top 5s in those last 4 races. His crew chief, Trent Owen, says, yeah, it's certainly been a lot of fun. Now, he was looking forward to this day race. He said, I expect the track to get hot and slick, and that should play well for Eric Almirola. He said he did really well in those low downforce packages we ran earlier this year. Eric Almirola just saying like he needs a little bit more turn through the center.
One of the big announcements about the 43 team and Richard Petty Motorsports is they're staying with Ford. So while some teams are changing manufacturers, they are sticking with Ford. So they're going to stay with Ford, the 43 and the 9 team, Sam Hornish Jr.
And talking to them earlier this year, they were really excited about the possibility of staying with Ford. They felt like Ford was really stepping their program up, doing a lot to help the race team. So that's good news for the 43 and NASCAR Amarola.
Yeah, especially when you talk about the big teams they're racing against, the Hedrick Motorsports, the Joe Gibbs, the different race teams. Manufacturer support is crucial for these teams to be competitive.
And a Ford is up front. Joey Logano leading here at Charlotte. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. AARP, real possibilities. And by Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coca-Cola, open happiness. 14 of Tony Stewart. Got into the outside wall, but still able to continue on. You see him way up in turns 1 and 2.
Once he got on it, he never could seem to get off of it.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s vantage.
Don't stay low. Just stay low there. Watch out for what you say.
And then also while we were at break, the 7 of Alex Bowman got up near the wall. Didn't quite get into the wall, but Bowman made a hard left turn to get onto pit road. He was way up against the wall coming through 3 and 4 and then ducked down onto pit road. Our longest green flag run today, 37 laps. And we're closing in on Logano, Kyle Busch, and Jimmy Johnson all having to come to pit road because they stayed out this most recent caution. They were on pit road on lap 62. We've gone 56 laps since they were on pit road, which is just outside that fuel window we talked about earlier.
It is, Rick. You know, one team we haven't talked about much, who's doing a great job and still in the chase, is the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. He ran well here in the spring. We talked about needing to find some of that speed. Well, he currently runs up inside the top 10, running 8th. He's run here for a few laps now. His car looks like it's handling pretty well. Sometimes it's good to be off the radar. A lot of excitement around here that we had some chase guys in trouble. Not the 78 of Martin Truex, just kind of working his way through the race.
Yeah, and I thought when the sun was out, it was shiny, the track was slick, I thought for sure Martin Truex would be running right against the wall, but we've seen him up the racetrack now, but he's been working the bottom the majority of this racetrack, but they have stepped their game up a little bit. You can see Austin Dillon put his hand out the window, made a big move to the inside of the racetrack. That's telling Martin, hey, I'm getting ready to pit. That's giving him a signal. No chance for Martin to miss that. He knew he was going to pit, so he didn't get run into getting off on the pit road.
Austin, another one of the drivers on the same strategy, came to pit road on lap 62. So now, as we are on lap 121, Austin down in front of you. Kelly?
We know his crew chief, Slugger Labby, is not shy of making big strategy calls right now. Austin Dillon saying that his exit is free off of turn four, and he's tight. In traffic, you see it's going to be 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, and a wedge adjustment for Austin Dillon, Mike.
Ryan Blaney on pit road now as well. His car has been just a little bit tight. They're going to make a chassis adjustment. You saw that right there on the right side. A 4-tire change for Blaney, who's been making his way through the field. Was very thankful the rain came the day after qualifying. Remember, he missed out on qualifying because it was rained out 3 times. He's trying to make the most of this opportunity today.
Joey Logano, race leader, chooses now to come to pit road. So Joey Logano slowing down to get onto pit road. He'll bring Kyle Busch with him. 45 miles an hour they have to slow down to when they get to pit road. Kelly.
And you see Kevin Harvick, who did come to pit road the last caution. He took 2 tires then. He's saying just a little bit too tight. You see, it'll be 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel this time, Mike.
Busch last on pit road, lap 62, said he was losing grip over the course of that run. He'll make an air pressure adjustment, 4 tires and fuel, Marty.
Leader Joey Logano said his car was tight in compression. It just wouldn't turn the middle. But the center from the center off, the car was really good. Just an air pressure adjustment, trying to get that car to turn a little bit better for Joey Logano. You see Kyle Busch leading pit road as well. Kelly?
Martin Truex Jr. has been struggling between a loose car and a tight car. You see it's going to be 4 Goodyear tires for Martin Truex Jr. Sunoco fuel, Dave.
Right side Goodyear tires for Kurt Busch last time. Sent him back in the field just a little bit. The car not handling. Little tight past center, little loose off. He'll get 4 this time. A full load of Sunoco fuel and a chassis adjustment. Mike?
Brad Keselowski has not been happy with his race car throughout the course of the day. Said it's been especially bad in traffic, but has not been well balanced. A 4-tire change there, Kelly.
7-time winner Jimmy Johnson ran in the top 3 after staying out last time. You see they bring him down for 4 tires for Jimmy Johnson.
The last time Ryan Newman was on pit road, he only took 2 tires. This time, expect a 4-tire change. A little bit loose so far, but otherwise not too bad. He had radioed in saying he needs to make some adjustments to the chassis as well. Expecting a wedge adjustment. Don't see it at this point. They'll swing around. There's the wrench going in on the left side of the car, and a 4-tire change for Ryan Newman.
Guys, Tony Stewart was able to limp it around after making contact with the wall. You see that damage on the right side. Car has been tight for Stewart for much of the day. They'll get 4 Goodyear tires, and they want to clear that fender away from that right rear. You see that happening right there. Matt Kenseth made his way up to 8th before everyone started pitting. He said the car for him was good in the middle, but when he was on the bottom, it was too tight. They make a small wedge adjustment and an air pressure adjustment for that 20 car, trying to loosen it up. Nice stop for that 20 bunch.
It was cycling through. Interesting, though, the 4 car had a 15-lap cushion on everyone else, but decided to come in when the early pit stops were taking place. Why?
Well, I think that proves that the 4 of Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childers feel there's a little bit of an advantage to tires. Even though they were on right-side tires and had fuel, they decided they had to pit with the leaders and stay on sequence, Mike.
Little fire into the right front there, Mike.
Yeah, and, well, it's out. Jamie McMurray's been saying the car's been a little bit loose. They made that chassis adjustment. You may have seen that on the left side of the car, trying to tighten him up. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson has had a rocket ship throughout the course of the day, has picked up 26-plus positions, 4 tire change here, and air pressure. Dave.
Mike, Denny Hamlin picked up 8 positions on that last stop. He'll get 4 tires again. The car was suddenly really tight on lap 107. They adjusted for that.
Carl Edwards inherited the lead. He's coming down for 4 tires. He said that he is tight through the center and free in and off. They'll also make an air pressure adjustment. You see, they're going to make a chassis adjustment as well for the 19 of Carl Edwards, Dave.
24 car is improving, but still a little tight on landing, a little edgy, loose off. He'll get an air pressure adjustment this time, 4 Goodyear tires, and a chassis adjustment, and Sunoco fuel. Rick?
As the stops continue to cycle through, Mike, 15 in front of you.
Yeah, and Clint Boyer's been saying he's been looking for some more rear grip. They're going to make a chassis adjustment again on the left side. Seeing a lot of left side wedge adjustments during this course of these pit stops. 4 tire change. Clint Boyer is away.
So what I see here is there's a lot of pit strategy involved, but the guys that stayed on the racetrack and caution to go. Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, they had to pit early, but they're so fast, they pit, everybody pits with them. And you hear these pit reporters all say, wedge, wedge, wedge. I keep hearing a lot of cars need adjustment. You could put wedge in, try to put a little bit more rear grip in the car. You wonder if here during the day, grip is at a premium. They're out there searching for it. Finally got the pit road and got a little bit more help.
Yeah, some teams may not have added that adjustability in, not thinking that we were going to race during the day. Thought we were going to be racing last night.
Well, you're also always going to hear wedge. Why? Because the driver can move the track bar. Last year, you would have heard wedge or track bar into the pit stops, but new for 2015, the driver has the adjustable track bar in the car. With a button on the steering wheel or on the dash, he can move the track bar up and down. So the crew chief, their primary responsibility at this point, how far have you moved the track bar? Do you want to move it back? Do I need to offset it with wedge? Sometimes the best adjustment is an offset of adjustments.
Landon Castle still has not been to pit road after lap 77, so he scored at 3rd, hoping that a caution would come out, be able to get him some track position, but he will have to come to pit road here shortly.
During all those green flag pit stops, the driver has to get on pit road very hard. Look at Matt Kenseth. He's coming on pit road. Look how loose he gets. Almost spins the car out as he's trying to get on pit road. That's just trying to carry as much speed as he can on the racetrack, because the faster you get to your pit box, the faster your overall stop will be.
And again, you're going from, these drivers will be upwards of 190 to 195 miles an hour entering turns 3 and turns 1, but then they've got to slow it all the way down to 45 miles an hour when they get on pit road.
That's right. When you go to the shop on Monday or Tuesday for a meeting, they're going to grade you on how you did. They're going to compare your times getting on the pit road with everybody else. So the drivers have been taught over the years, you have to get on pit road very hard, and it's something they practice on Friday, practice on Saturday before the race, because it's so important.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., one of our chasers, running 25th now.
And this is putting the 88 back a lap down, but the issue is the 88 hasn't come to pit road. So I would assume this next time by, Greg Ives is going to call the 88 to pit road. The issue is he's going to end up 2 laps down through this cycle. I like the strategy of staying on there, trying to catch a caution, but the fear is now when the 88 comes to pit road, he's going to leave, come back on the racetrack 2 laps down. We've talked all year long about how hard it is to recover from multiple laps down.
But Clint Boyer's the next guy behind him. What Earnhardt Jr. needs to do right now is stay the first car lap down. Clint is only about a 1.5 seconds behind him. So I think as soon as Clint gets by him, that's probably when you need to pit. You've played this gamble now, trying to stay out as long as you can. You may as well see it through for maybe 1 or 2 more laps, because if you get that caution, you'd be the free pass.
They're closing in on being out on the track almost 60 laps. So fuel-wise, they're getting close to running out.
Yeah, I think that's going to determine when they need to come to the pit road even before Clint Boyer, although Clint Boyer.
And your picture right here, there's Clint Boyer. So I think the decision just got made. I think next time by, you're going to have to pit.
It's this time.
And there you go. I wonder if that's a reason why you're up here, Jeff. You see the big picture.
I think I'm up here because they wouldn't let me drive anymore.
That's not true.
Well, then why am I up here?
Same. Well, you do the math.
So Dale Earnhardt Jr. being told this time come to pit road. He was trying to be in position to get the free pass. That's no longer available.
Rick, you cannot make a bad situation work. You cannot have a loose wheel, cannot be speeding on pit road. There's still a lot to go in the race. Wave bys, lucky dogs. This race isn't over. A speeding penalty here, though, that could be the end of the day.
Almost 200 laps still to go in this race. It's a long race. 500 miles, 334 laps total. We've completed 136 of those 334. Marty?
And they took 3 stops to fix all the damage for Dale Earnhardt Jr., including crush panels in the right front to make sure no fumes got inside the car. The only thing that Jr. said about the car handling-wise, it felt like it had more camber in it. He's got to work his way around Reed Sorensen. Actually, you see Sorensen lead there. Now, 4 tires for Dale Earnhardt Jr., 4 Goodyear tires, and they were trying all they could to get that lucky dog spot. Just didn't work out, guys.
So you see here is the 88. Leaves pit road on the apron, trying to get up to speed the best he can. Trying to figure out where he's at. The problem he has is the 22 of Joey Logano. He's off turn 4 over here on the front stretch. So Earnhardt Jr. is currently 2 laps down. And that's going to be the issue for the 88 team.
Joey Logano in front of the field at Charlotte. A year ago, Joey Logano was one of the 4 racing for a championship in Homestead. He wants to be part of that again this year. Welcome back to NBCSN's coverage of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Bank of America 500. Lead changes already, presented by Sprint, 7 of them. Joey Logano out front now. You can follow Miss Sprint Cup on Twitter now for a chance to win an autographed hat from tonight's Victory Lane. Will it be Joey Logano's that will be in Victory Lane? Marty?
You know, we mentioned earlier that Todd Gordon and Joey Logano were a little bit worried about Charlotte. Brought a brand new package here. But Steve and Jeff, I'd love to get your take on this. I was asking Todd Gordon about the importance of the Charlotte race in the chase. He said, well, obviously, Homestead is the most important race. That's where you win a championship. But he ranks Charlotte as the 2nd most important race in the chase. And his point is that if you win here in round 1 or round 2, race number 1, like they did last year when they were at Kansas, it immediately allows you to then focus on Martinsville, Texas, and Phoenix, and that's what gets you to Homestead to be able to win a championship. He said the 3rd most important race, Kansas, because if you don't win here at Charlotte, you want to win the next week. Steve, I'm assuming that's true from a crew chief standpoint. As soon as you win in a round, your next focus is the next round, and you'll be able to give up those next few races in the current round.
Yeah, Marty, you're able to maybe rest your guys a little bit, reorganize your equipment, kind of come up with a plan for equipment, because a car you win with or runs well with here at Charlotte, you can perhaps run it again in the next round at Texas. So I can see the thinking. I'll tell you the truth, though. When I raced, the race that was most important to me was whatever race I was in. Because if you start to look too far ahead, then you can somehow trip up and make mistakes today.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think Homestead is the most important race for those 4 teams, but you first have to get there.
That's
you
right.
got to do everything you've got to do before you get, to be able to get to Homestead. And what I will say about the next round, it's completely different than this round. This round you have 2.5 miles in the super speedway. Well, the next round you have 2 short tracks. And so it takes a completely different setup, completely different cars. Some teams are better on short track type races, so the rounds are completely different from one to the other.
Only 8 drivers will advance into that 3rd round. They have Charlotte, Kansas, and Talladega to determine who the 8 will be. Kevin Harvick trying to get back by the 42 of Kyle Larson. Larson's been running right up against the wall and has been a little bit loose. We've seen him get sideways a few times, but still able to hold that speed.
Well, Harvick looks pretty relaxed in there. We got to the straightaway. You see he took his right hand off the wheel and almost rested on the leg race, Jeff. Just managing the race, understands the length of the race. I think that shows how comfortable these drivers are. A little wave to Tony Stewart, helped him get by. Just down the straightaways is your only time to relax when you get in a long green flag run like this.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to stretch out your wrists, you want to stretch out your elbows, you'll just take your hands off the wheel, obviously take one hand off the wheel, and just stretch out your arms, stretch out your wrist. Sitting in these cars for a long time, toward the end of the year, everything kind of starts to hurt. Your wrists start to hurt, your elbows, your shoulders, so you just try to stretch them out when you can.
Chasers that are struggling as we're closing in on the halfway point. Dale Earnhardt Jr. running 33rd. Jeff Gordon is 17th. Brad Keselowski is 16th. Ryan Newman 14th. Logano still looking good up front. Follow Chase with RaceView Mobile, NASCAR's ultimate live race companion. Download it now to follow your favorite driver here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Search RaceView Mobile in iTunes, Google Play, or visit NASCAR.com/mobile for more information. Bank of America 500. Continuing here from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Joey Logano out front. Logano has led 72 laps. Matt Kenseth also has led 72 laps. Kenseth, though, fired back in the field in 10th. Not as bad, though, as Dale Earnhardt Jr., one of the chasers that's struggling back in 31st. Jeff Gordon, 17th. Brad Keselowski, 16th. And Ryan Newman, 14th. But there are some non-chasers that are really excelling right now, doing very well. Let's start with Mike.
Yeah, one of those has to be Kyle Larson. He has just quickly moved to the front. Picked up 27 positions so far since the drop of the green flag. And guys, at the beginning of our broadcast, we talked a little bit about the difference of this being a day race and how the groove is going to widen out and how we were going to look for guys who are running the top line. We'll take a look at the line the 42 is running. He's way up there, and that's why he's gaining so many positions right now. It would seem car's just a little bit loose, but he's pretty happy with it, Kelly.
One of the things that they've been working on with Austin Dillon in the 3-car since Slugger Labby came on board as crew chief is his driving style. Right now, he's got both of his spotter and his grandfather, Richard Childress, on the radio with him, helping find that great line. He's been running the high line. Well, about 15 laps ago, he nearly hit the wall, and Austin said, "Oh, I found the edge." Right now, he's saying, "I need a little bit more forward bite in the car." Meanwhile, Eric Almirola in the 43 car running 9th. Now, remember, he was in the chase a year ago after winning at Daytona. They did not make the chase this year, and his crew chief Brent Owens saying, "Yeah, it's a bummer, especially because we were inside the top 16 in points for much of the year, but really, we're so much more competitive this year than last year. We've been consistently in the top 15. I'm really proud of the effort these guys have put in. Next year, we want to focus on top 10s." And right now, Eric Almirola just saying he started this run hitting the track, was a little bit too tight, and it's a little bit too loose, but really, the car's coming around as he runs longer, Mike.
And Ryan Blaney's got his eye on a top 10 here too, but he's a little bit further back than he'd like. He's running in 13th, and he doesn't necessarily have the handle on the race car he would like. He's saying he's lacking rear and front grip, really can't get on the throttle without getting sideways, and that's holding him back, although it didn't look like it there as he swept to the inside of the 7 and picked up a spot.
And so in a year where we have Jeff Gordon announcing his retirement, next year Tony Stewart is going to retire, great to see guys like Kyle Larson, Austin Dillon, Eric Almirola, and Ryan Blaney all rising to the occasion, having good runs as they continue to immerse themselves into the Cup Series. Matt Kenseth. Now Kenseth, after leading so many laps, 72 early on in this race, getting out of the pit cycle and dropping him back into the middle of the pack has been a little bit difficult for him. Kenseth decided that they would do a different pit strategy. With that different pit strategy and the bobble by that Jackman, it mired them back in the field. And this is what happens when you get back there.
Yeah, part of the decision was putting four tires on. They thought it would make it better in the long run, but he lost so many spots on the start. He got caught in behind the 55, then he got into the side of the 31, and from there it just went backwards.
20 has fallen back to the 12th position, Marty.
And on the radio, Matt said a moment ago, it's ridiculously tight. That's 3 of them, in case you didn't count. Back here in traffic. He told Jason Ratcliffe, if you can get me back up front, at some point, I promise I can stay there. So very frustrating back in traffic. Jeff, you know this better than anybody. It's a different game when you're out front versus when you're back there in 12th, isn't it?
No question. And, the last few laps have not gone well for Matt Kenseth and his team. They've lost 4 spots in about the last 10 laps. So that tight is really becoming an issue.
What I like, though, I like the veteran driver who doesn't panic. He tells his crew chief, if you can get me the lead, I can hold it. Get me back up front. While that seems like a small statement and everybody should know it, sometimes when you're on top of the pit box, you're thinking about big changes to fix the chassis. What I heard is just fix the track position. The chassis isn't the biggest issue.
Every spot on the track is worth a point. Matt Kenseth now running 12. Joey Logano, on the other hand, out front. Most points you could gain. Fifth caution has come out. Debris on the backstretch. That will slow the pace of the race down. And Toyota Camry pace car will come back out in front of the field. Joey Logano now has led 86 of the 168 laps that have been run, as we have just passed the halfway point of the race. Logano, Kyle Busch, Jimmy Johnson, Kyle Larson, Kevin Harvick, the top 5. Kevin moving his way up. Austin Dillon, Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, Eric Almirola, and Carl Edwards are the top 5.
I expect to see everybody on the lead lap on pit road right here, Rick. We've run long enough. We've run over 40 laps for all of these leaders. It's time for 4 Goodyear tires. Continue to make adjustments. We're just past halfway.
So Dale Jr. 2 laps down. Can he stay out and take a free pass, or is he going to be forced to pit also?
I think we've run long enough. He's going to be forced to pit, but now the laps are starting to disappear, slowly but surely.
And 2 more stops after this one. Kelly.
You see Kevin Harvick there in the left tops of your screen. He said he's just tight in, loose off. He can't run the top because he's just way too loose. They're going to make a wedge adjustment to help him out. It'll also be 4 tires. Next to him, Martin Truex Jr. in that 78, saying he's tight across the middle. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment. 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, Dave.
Kyle Busch has been saying he's been a little bit loose and needs to be able to move around on the racetrack more. They're going to make a left side wedge adjustment, 4 tires and fuel. Marty?
Joey Logano said it builds tighter as I go. He led that entire run, but said I need more front turn at the end of the run. Logano sliding out of his pits will win the race off pit road with a very small air pressure adjustment and 4 new Goodyear tires.
Things looking up for Kyle Larson. He moved up a spot to 3rd. Jimmy Johnson 2nd. Logano first off of pit road. Sunday night is football night, live from East Rutherford, New Jersey. 2 teams moving in different directions. Colin Kaepernick and the 49ers who've lost 3 straight, visit Eli Manning and the Giants, winners of 2 in a row. Bob Costas, Dan Patrick host Football Night in America tonight, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, only on NBC. Marty, the 20 car came in top 5, didn't go out top 5. What happened?
Yeah, he was running 12th for much of that run, but now we'll restart 20th, and this is why. Not a very good stop for the team. You see Matt just overshoots the salt just a little bit, but give credit to a veteran pit crew. They notice that. They change tires like that, it's going to be a 1-lap penalty. They tell Matt to back up. He does that. They get all 4 tires changed. In a tight race car, they make an air pressure and a wedge adjustment. At this point, then Jason Ratcliffe says, okay, everybody stop. Remember, they had that right side damage from the 31 earlier where they made contact on a restart. They pull all that damage out. They will be not the last car on the lead lap, but 1 car from that, and restarting 20th, a long pit stop here. But again, credit to a veteran crew to notice that he was on the line. They change it there, they go down a lap, and then they really have a problem.
Cannot make mistakes, especially in this round 2 of the chase for the Sprint Cup. See who has the fastest speeds as we look at the Xfinity speed charts. Kenseth, they've got the fastest lap. The problem is mistakes and strategy not playing into their hands right now.
No, but there's still 162 laps to go. So with just under halfway, or just under half of the race left to go, there's still a lot of opportunity.
You see Dale Jr. and his team, they did decide to take the pass around, so this will put them 1 lap down. So what they're going to hope for is to get a caution before the next round of green flag stop start.
We talked about, Kenseth and those guys being back in the pack. The concern is some of these restarts. So you see right here when Matt Kenseth was a control car, he has the opportunity to go all the way until the second white line. He chooses to do so. But what that does is you go back in the field, it makes it very hard to anticipate. So on board here, we'll see as the field kind of stacks up. That's only a few rows behind the leader. We go on board with Jeff Gordon a few rows farther back. Look how much it stacks up. With Matt Kenseth currently not having track position, I think that's what he has to be concerned about on these restarts.
No question. And in both of those in-car cameras, the driver, you could not see past the car in front of you. That's what's difficult about this restart procedure, is that, yes, this longer zone that the drivers want, it's good for the first 2 or 3 rows, but when you get back to row 8, row 9, row 10, you can't see, and it greatly disadvantages those rows.
Joe Logano chooses the inside line. Jimmy Johnson on the outside of row number 1. Joe Logano, the control car, as they get ready to enter the restart zone. Back into the gas. We're back to racing at Charlotte.
That restart actually rolled pretty well all the way back through the field. You see Denny Hamlin, though. He's already up to the 3rd lane and 1 and 2.
Keselowski also trying a 3rd lane around 31 of Ryan Newman.
Kyle Larson moves up to 2nd, able to get by 7-time Charlotte winner Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy doesn't want any part of that. He's starting to look back to the inside of Kyle Larson. Not enough room. Has to fall back in line.
With at least 2 more pit stops, chase drivers have to be thinking, we've got to be perfect from here on out. No more mistakes. Kenseth back in 19th. Earnhardt Jr. 1 lap down in 27th. Ryan Newman 15th. And Jeff Gordon 13th. It's the highest Jeff Gordon's been running today.
Yeah, you see on top of the screen the chase points, how quickly they'll move around. Decisions on the pit road, decisions on the restart. Logano, he's the leader. This is where he wants to be. It's an automatic move forward in the chase. But if you're Jeff Gordon and Martin Truex Jr. right here side by side, you're battling hard. They're both right currently on the cut line in 8th and 9th.
Very close there between Martin Truex Jr. and Jeff Gordon. Gordon up to 12. Smoke rolling out from the 20. A lot of smoke.
Hold your line.
Caution comes out. Matt Kenseth, pole winner earlier, led 72 laps at the beginning of this race. And he has damage to the left rear quarter panel and a lot of smoke.
He caught a huge break. There was so much smoke, and it was such a tire rub. It was coming from both sides of the racetrack. So NASCAR thought he was having a tire problem, when in fact it was a tire rub. Well, he's having an engine problem rather, but it was a tire rub. So he caught a huge break in some kind of a strange way that the damage was bad enough for NASCAR to throw a caution before he had to pit on the green. But there was a lot of damage. This is something that may hurt the rest of their race for sure.
Yeah, but you're right, Jeff. It's an odd place to be. You see right here, he's pushing hard. He knows he needs to get his track position back. He comes off the corner. That's a pretty hard impact. I would be worried after seeing that. Not just sheet metal, but you have to think about the ball joints, the suspension, any sort of the steering components. That wasn't just a slight contact with the wall. That was some pretty heavy contact.
And the big winner in all that was Earnhardt Jr. He will get that one lap back, but you can see the 20 comes up the racetrack. He does not know Ryan Newman is there. Ryan is not able to lift quick enough to give him room to get in, and it's a big impact.
And there's even a pretty heavy amount of damage on the left front fender of the 31 car. I'd expect to see him on pit road as well, Rick, to repair both of these cars.
So a lot of damage for Matt Kenseth. You mentioned get a lap back. He took the waiver on this, just allows him to come to pit road now. So he will still be a lap down.
Exactly.
Yeah, but he was 2 down.
He was 2 down.
He
so he
did
took
pass.
the waiver round to get to
Exactly.
1 lap down.
Exactly.
But now he's back close to being on cycle with the other cars on the track.
We see some differing strategies towards the front of the field. We see Austin Dillon peel off and come to pit road. That's a little surprising in the position he was running, but his team wants to come and get some fresh tires.
See Clint Lloyd coming around everybody on the outside. That's the free pass car. So NASCAR is giving Clint the free pass because he's the first car lap down. Mike?
Yeah, and Ryan Newman has some damage as well on the left front, especially knocked it in just above the headlight area. They're going to try to repair that, try to pull it away from the tire, as you can see right there. But a little bit of damage to that right side of that car. Marty?
Matt Kenseth said on the radio, I thought I left the 31 plenty of room there. Not sure why that happened. He hit me pretty early coming off the corner there. They're worried about the right side. Obviously, that's where all the damage is. Jason Ratcliffe guiding everybody through how to fix this damage on the right side. That's the priority. Right side tires here. Likely several stops coming up for Matt Kenseth and the 20 team. Trying to get the right rear damage seems to be where a lot of the focus is right now. And they're guiding him, telling him where the pace car is on the backstretch, having limited time here to work on the car, Rick.
Big chase implications for Matt Kenseth. Damage on both sides of the car from this contact right here. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Bank of America. Life's better when we're connected. Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. And by Diet Mountain Dew. Do the do. Brad Keselowski, we mentioned that he had been running a little bit further back in the field than we were used to or even expected here at Charlotte. Now he's back up into the top 10, but here was some communication on the radio between he and crew chief.
About how aggressive you want to get here, Paul. I mean, so long to go. I've been taking it easy.
Man, we can't take it easy no more. We got to go hard right from the start.
I like that. It's time to go. We've been out here. It's 154 to go. It's time to go. It's also time to go for Matt Kenseth. He came down to get left sides, repair that left rear quarter panel. The issue is he's just leaving pit road, and you see here Joey Logano bringing him into the restart zone.
Kenseth still on the lead lap. He was the first pit stop because he won the pole. Green flag back in the air. Back underway at Charlotte. Logano, a strong restart. And smoke coming out in the back of the field. The 51 of Justin Allgaier. Looks like he might have lost an engine.
Caution's out.
And the caution comes out.
I just killed the radiator.
Radiator. You see how much the splitter's peeled up in the front, the damage on the ground. We talked about this. We talked about back in the pack, the accordion effect. The 51, there must have been an accordion. Someone checked up. He didn't see it coming. Got in the back of somebody.
Let's take another look.
I got the radiator and everything.
We just talked about the stack ups. You see here Justin Allgaier and Michael McDowell back about 10 or 12 rows as the cars get. McDowell's just not going, and the 51 runs into the back of him. It's hard to tell. We didn't have it early enough to see whether it was an accordion effect or if the 51 was just misjudging it.
A little bit aggressive.
We did not see any of these issues. We saw very few of these issues with the smaller restart zone. Okay, I know the drivers are responsible, but the larger you make that restart zone, and the drivers wanted this, the larger you make it, the harder it becomes for the cars that are in the back of the pack, because you cannot anticipate when the leader's going to go. Now, the leader deserves an advantage, but do you do it at the cost of disadvantaging the guys in the back so much? We predicted when they made this, that's one thing that we predicted that this was going to happen. History in NASCAR tells us that the larger the restart zone is, the more wrecks we have on restarts.
Hey, and who does it benefit? We just showed him leaving pit road, Matt Kenseth. Another lucky break. We saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. get a break, take the waiver ride, get a caution. We see Matt Kenseth have some trouble, but they had to come back down, Marty, repair that left side, just left pit road. This caution has to be a lucky break for this 20.
A lucky break, but things are still not right with that 20 car. He said, something is wrong. I still have a very bad tire rub. He said, I hit the wall so hard that might have moved the entire rear end over. He's focusing on the track bar mount. He said, let's look at that, come down pit road. It is either broken or about to break. He said, something's not right in the rear end of this car. If they cannot get it fixed here, they're going to have to go to the garage area.
And that's not the way you want to start off round 2 of the chase.
And they had hard impact. I mean, this is without a doubt more than just sheet metal issues. This is something's been on the chassis, suspension's bent. This is more than just sheet metal, without a doubt.
What they're concerned about is the track bar keeps the rear end housing centered from left to right in the car. Well, if he hits so hard in the right rear that it pushed the housing to the left, you see that and all this damage. They could pull those fenders out all they want, but if the actual tires themselves are moved to the left by a half inch or 3/4 of an inch, as that car travels, it's going to continue to rub. That's what Matt Kenseth is talking about. That holds the rear end housing centered. As you can imagine, these cars are set up with lasers at the shop to the thousandths of the nits, and now that he has really hit the car, we saw how hard he hit the wall really hard. It's rubbing right there. It looks to me that it's more than just a tire rub by how much that they have beat that sheet metal out already.
And all the attention they're having to pay to the rear of the car, they're not able to pay attention to the front of the car. So as hard as he hit, he could have damage to the front suspension as well, but the rear is the immediate need.
We heard him say, pay attention to the right side track bar mount. Also another thing that they need to look at. Today's aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods. Beautiful facility here in Concord, North Carolina. It's about 15 miles to the north and east of uptown Charlotte, North Carolina. Most laps led presented by Sprint. Joey Logano, 103 and counting. Stop in at Sprint, cut your rate plan in half. Just bring in your Verizon or AT&T wireless bill and turn in your old phone. Logano had only 20 career laps led here in his prior 13 starts combined. So he has been dominant compared to his previous performances. First race of round 2. And you take a look at the chase grid. Drivers already in trouble. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Matt Kenseth, Ryan Newman, Jeff Gordon just below the cut line. One race of 3 in round 1. Only 8 drivers advance. But the track that looms at the end of this second round is Talladega. No one wants to go to Talladega and be in a hole that they have to dig out of.
Or do you look at Talladega the opposite, Rick? Do you say, we could go to Talladega, there could be a 15-car accident, and 8 of my competitors could be in there. I mean, at this point, you have to race on the now. The 88 is a little bit behind. Matt Kenseth's had trouble. Ryan Newman is currently running 19th. He needs to try to recover from there because the rest of the chase guys, they're all in the top 12. So Talladega is definitely a place you want to go have to make up points, but the only flip side of that is you can make up points there if there's a big accident.
20's been on pit road a few times, coming right back at you, Marty.
This will be the third stop for the 20 team since his last caution. They did check the track bar and the track bar mounts. Everything appears to be fine. They're going to pull the left rear tire off here and pull a little bit of tape off of this car, and they think that they should be okay. That Jason Ratcliffe told him, let's do a couple of at-speed laps. If you feel a tire rub, let us know and come in immediately. So they're just going to check things under the left rear one more time, but they're going to try and run some at-speed laps for the 20 car.
You can see some broken braces in the back of the 20 that they will work on. Again, the sheet metal rubbing still just a bit on the 20. Let's take a look at the Toyota driver update. Kyle Busch currently running 4th. Denny Hamlin 6th. Carl Edwards also in the top 10. Those teammates doing pretty well, but their other teammate, Matt Kenseth, back in 23rd, and it's been an eventful last few laps for them.
Yes, Steve. So we talk a lot about track position, how hard it is to pass. You need track position, but track position has a lot to do with other things as well. Remember, Matt Kenseth was leading the race, pitted, lost all his track position, had to start in the back.
That's right. And then you see in this restart right here, a little damage with the 31. He had somewhat recovered, though, and then right here, coming into his pit stall in 12th position, overshot his pit box, moved it back all the way to 20th. Another accident with the 31, this time, though, much harder.
A lot of damage to the right, a lot of damage to the left. Coach Joe Gibbs sitting up on top of the pit box, watching. 4 cars still in the chase for Joe Gibbs Racing. Joey Logano on the inside, Larson on the outside. Green flag back in the air. Two by two, they thunder into turn number 1. Jamie McMurray way up the racetrack. And it looks as though the 88 has an issue getting out of turn 2. 88 slow going down the backstretch. There was some smoke coming out of the back of the 88 when he came out of 2. The right side flattened once again for the 88. Marty.
All he said was we got into the fence on the restart. It's been a tough day for this 88 team, battling back all day long. Now they're scurrying here in the pits to get ready for Dale Earnhardt Jr. to come to pit road should he need to.
Second time we've seen tire rub out of the 88 today.
Bring it to us.
Their guys letting them know you need to pit this time. They're not going to make a mistake of staying out on the track and potentially cutting a tire. Dale Earnhardt Jr., chaser on pit road. Matt Kenseth, another chaser, has been struggling. He's been on pit road a lot as well. Brad Keselowski in a battle for the 9th position. Keselowski all the way back to 13th now. Marty.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. said it was where the speedy dry was in the corner. He said there was some oil that they did not clear. Then they radioed to him and said, yep, the 2 car hit it as well. You see the right side damage on Junior's car. They're trying to clearance those fenders, put those right side tires on. Greg Ives said as long as the right front looks good, let's head back on the track, but losing critical time here on pit road.
This was the restart. We'll show you as Earnhardt Jr. trying to get out in front of the 22, not going to be able to do it.
You see him up here 3 wide trying to make time right away, and it just jumps up the racetrack to the right, gets into the wall, and then as you say all the time, Jeff, once you make contact, it's so hard to get off the wall.
2 inside. 2 inside. So good there. Stay high there. Stay high.
And now
stay high there.
NASCAR has thrown the caution, saying there still might be some fluid on the track.
And where does this end up with the 88 in it? He's now officially 3 laps down to the leader.
This just happened. Sam Hornish Jr. right up against the wall. They're going to check turns 1 and 2 for fluid. There was speedy dry up there already.
Yeah, we saw 3 cars. We saw Earnhardt Jr., we saw Sam Hornish Jr., and the 2 of Keselowski. He chased his car way up the racetrack, never made contact, so quite possibly there is still fluid on the racetrack. NASCAR does normally a really good job of cleaning the racetrack up. Sometimes it's just very, very difficult to see it. I didn't hear any of the drivers on radios talking about seeing it before they came to get to the green, so there was oil on the racetrack, with fluid on the racetrack, no one could see it.
So once again, the field under caution. This is the 8th caution that's come out.
And that is a good point. To Jeff's point, NASCAR is scanning all of these drivers. It's not just the safety workers that they listen to as far as if the racetrack is back in raceable condition. They're going to listen to the drivers, and if somebody had a complaint, it would make a difference. And you see,
crash coming onto pit road. Kyle Larson, late decision, wanted to come to pit road. Kyle Busch looked like he was going to come off of pit road. They hit.
And Kyle was going. He was going to fake like he was coming on pit road, and he turned right to get on the racetrack, and Kyle Larson had the exact opposite idea, and they collided.
Mike.
And you can see the first order of business is to go to work on that fender, guys, trying to pull it away from the tire. They're asking for a hammer. They're pulling it out by hand right now, trying to make sure that it's clear of the tire. Adam Stevens being adamant. It needs to be right. We can't make a mistake and have a tire rub when we go out there. Crash tape now being applied. It's pretty serious damage, I might say, to the 18. And that is not something that Kyle Busch wanted to see after having such a good run so far. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson on pit road as well. They're taking a very close look at that race car. As you saw, he got completely turned around. A lot of the attention being paid to the left rear of that car and the bumper cover. That appears to be where most of the damage is on Kyle Larson's car. And again, another guy who was having a tremendous run throughout the afternoon. And this is the last thing he wanted to see happen, Rick.
Both cars in the top 5. Take a look. Coming onto pit road. Looks as though Logano's going to stay out. Kyle Larson looks like he's going to stay out. Kyle Busch decides to come in.
Well, then Kyle Busch changed his mind, took a hard right to go back on the racetrack at the same time that Kyle Larson decided to take a hard left and come to pit road.
Confusion getting onto pit road. Kyle Larson wouldn't have made it. He was already past the cone. Kyle Busch was trying to get back off of pit road.
Yeah, I think Kyle Larson, when he saw the 18, he turned right. I think if the 18 not been there, he probably would have made it. But, I don't know if they were trying to fake each other out, if there were late decisions from the crew chiefs. I'm not sure what happened there, but sometimes we get a little too smart for our own good.
18 was too fast entering pit road. So they have to serve that penalty once again. We see Coach Joe Gibbs.
Everything seems to be harder in the playoffs. Simple things. How many times have Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch come to pit road this year? Here we are. You've worked all year long to get into the playoffs, race one of the second round, and Kyle Busch gets in an accident under caution coming to pit road.
The 18 and 42 both with commitment violations because you saw them both hit the orange cone. Kyle Larson was outside of the commitment line. And then the 18 of Kyle Busch also had the speeding getting onto pit road. So again, at what took place.
There's times coming on pit road, the crew chief will tell you what to do. And sometimes they wait late. So also sometimes we try to fake it out. So you could have had Kyle Busch trying to draw everyone behind him onto pit road by faking like he was coming to pit road when he knew he wasn't. And you could have had Kyle Larson doing the same thing. Or it could have been the crew chiefs making the decisions late. So listen, I'm all up for playing. I'm all up for holding close to your vest what you're going to do. But at the same time, I'd rather not make a mistake. I want to know if I'm going to pit or not. Don't give me that decision late. I need to know now so those kind of things don't happen.
And what makes that an even more complicated time is that you have the crew chief perhaps on the radio. So you ask, why is the spotter not letting Kyle Busch know? Because there's only one radio frequency. Only one guy can be on the radio once. So if either the crew chief of the 18 or the 41 were talking, Mike, they would never be able to hear it.
They probably wouldn't. One thing that's on Adam Stevens' mind right now is making sure that the repairs are, as he says, perfect. They do not want to have any flaws in the way they repair this car. Meanwhile, Kyle said, hey, look, we could probably stop as many times as we want because of the commitment cone violation. We're starting last anyway, so this may not be his last stop on pit road. Meanwhile, ahead of him, you can see Kyle Larson. The repair is still ongoing on the 42 car. Again, on the left side, back towards the rear wheel well. That's where most of the damage is there. The car jacked up, and they're still continuing to make repairs on that machine. And, Kyle Larson had been storming to the front from the back. He had picked up 29 positions since the drop of the initial green flag, and it looked like today could have been a breakout performance for Larson. But it would appear, by the looks of things right now, that is not meant to be, Rick.
He still has 137 laps to go. A lot of things can still happen. The NASCAR playoffs continue next weekend in Kansas City, Kansas. Sunday, the midway point in the chase for the Sprint Cup live coverage begins at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC. Saturday, it's Xfinity Series racing in Kansas, 3:30 p.m. Eastern on NBCSN. Already wild and crazy things happening in race 1 of round 2.
You okay?
I am now.
Too much excitement up here.
There's so much. I mean, there's so much going on. We've seen Chase Contender. We talked about the pressure of the second round. Talladega looming. These guys all came here thinking they needed to win. A couple guys are going to make it where Talladega is going to be out of their reach.
Marty.
Just a crazy swing of events in the last 10 minutes with Chase contenders. You see Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming down pit road once again. He was the guy who hit the wall originally, and then the caution came out after that when he had some oil coming into turn 1 and 2. They're going to put on the left side tires and tape down that right front again. That's their concern. Junior said he actually hit the wall harder this time than he did the first time. So they're making sure they get the body back correct on the 88 as best as they can. You see him sitting inside the car, obviously frustrated. Been a long day here at Charlotte for that 88 team.
And looking for a much better finish. But again, we can't write them off. We can't write them off. They're 3 laps down. A lot of work still being done to the 88.
20 seconds.
I mean, yeah, 5 laps ago, he was 35th and Kyle Busch was 2nd. They open pit road, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. is 35th, and Kyle Busch is 23rd. That opportunity still exists for everyone else. These Chase drivers, as good as they're running, they still all have to deliver.
That's right. And there's been problems not only for Dale Earnhardt Jr., but a few chasers. Dale Jr. tag went up the wall. A little more contact for the 88. A lot of right side damage. The 20, Matt Kenseth.
Matt Kenseth decided to pit. They lost his track position. And then that put him in the middle of the racetrack. So now he's got to fight hard to try to get his track position back. Contact with Ryan Newman once. Second time, much more damage.
And then the 18 of Kyle Busch was having a nice smooth day, consistently running in the top 5. Goes to come on pit road, changes his mind at the same time. Kyle Larson changes his mind. Kyle Busch trying to exit pit road. Kyle Larson trying to get onto pit road. They make heavy contact. Repairs need to be made to the right front of the 18 car.
So 3 chasers with issues today. Big holes they may have to dig out of.
One thing, the 18, I think, got really lucky right here. I did not see a single mark on the right front tire. It looked like it only hit the fender. So if that's the case, that's very lucky. That was a hard hit. I mean, if it hit the wheel, without a doubt, that would have damaged the suspension.
After the infractions on pit road, Kyle Busch looks to restart 22nd. There are 24 cars on the lead lap. 2 by 2 behind Joey Logano and Jimmy Johnson. Logano chooses the inside line once again as they enter the restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Three wide as they get ready to enter turn 1.
All day we've seen drivers make it 3 wide on the outside and take advantage of it. Martin Truex was the one that gained spot zone at that time.
Martin Truex Jr. in the 78 has moved up to 5th. Joey Logano has moved past 200 laps run. Has a half a second lead already over Kevin Harvick, Jimmy Johnson, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr. Now 132 laps to go. A win at Charlotte, if you're a chaser, it gives you a pass to round 3. Joey Logano looking for that opportunity as he leads at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
We saw all the damage Matt Kenseth has had. He restarted in 14th, and he did not know how bad it was. And he tried to get going, but he just plain and simple couldn't. And he stacked the whole field up. You see Danica on the bottom, almost got to the side of the 13. Matt's going backwards. They have big issues here.
Be ready, guys. We just got the fence in 1 and 2.
Into the fence again for...
Whatever I told you about fence, broke.
Just broke, you heard Matt say.
We're probably going to see the 20 car go behind the wall. They're going to have to fix this. So this is going to end up being a really bad day. They took off. Again, they had worked their way to 14th with all the problems, but the car just will not roll.
130 laps to go.
Up there, thanks. Wheels still straight, but it's so bad you can't drive it.
A lot of work still needs to be done on the 20. They're not going to go to the garage yet. Heading down to his pit stall. There are still 24 cars on the lead lap. Marty.
And Rick, it was an easy round 2 for Matt Kenseth and this 20 team in the chase. Top 5 at Chicago, then they went on to win New Hampshire. It's going to be a tough start here for round 2. Matt said, as you heard a moment ago, whatever I was telling you was bent, just broke. He said it's something in the right front suspension is his suspicion. So they're going to check the entire right side here, losing critical laps here on pit road, trying to figure out exactly what is broken on the 20 car. And right now they're just saying 4 tires, and they're going to send them back out, but they may have to go to the garage here shortly.
They had just hit the wall in 1 and 2. Take a look at that as he comes back out on pit road, or off of pit road.
Yeah, obviously they just have so many problems they were not able to get it fixed, even though they caught a break. They had a lot of caution laps. They had a lot of time to try to fix it. They were able to spend almost 5 minutes on pit road through all those cautions, but it just wasn't enough time to fix all the damage.
And when you look at Joe Gibbs Racing, they've had an issue with 2 cars, both the 20 of Matt Kenseth and the 18 of Kyle Busch. Well, unfortunately for Matt Kenseth, his car seems to be damaged, not beyond repair, but it's definitely hurt his efforts, while the 18 of Kyle Busch had penalties to serve, had to start at the tail end of the field, all the way in the back. He's already worked himself back into the 21st position, but most importantly, when I look at the lap times on the 18, while they don't compare to the leaders who are out in clean air, they're top 10, top 11 lap times. That lets me know that this 18, while it doesn't look as good with the big black repair on the right front corner, it does seem like it has some speed left in that car.
Dave, how about his teammate?
Having the best run of the day for Joe Gibbs Racing is Denny Hamlin. But Steve, give me your short list of reasons why you would ask your driver to switch to battery 2, because that's what Denny was asked to do right before the restart.
Well, you know, there's a lot of things. First of all, they may think they have a battery issue. The second situation might be if you've run half the race on a certain battery, these guys are always looking for ways to save weight. And perhaps the battery system they have in the car, it's designed to only run for 2/3 of the race. Halfway through the race, you switch to battery 2. That alternator will then charge battery 1. It might be part of the system. If you haven't heard any reports about low voltage, I'm going to assume it's not a problem,
well,
but
Steve,
we'll keep an eye on it.
The one thing that we've heard in addition to that is wait for further instructions. So it wasn't just go to the other and wait. I believe there will be another play here on the battery issue.
So yeah, we need to follow up on that, Dave, because perhaps they're having voltage issues, or perhaps, remember, when we talk about engine suppliers, TRD supplies engines to a lot of Toyotas in the field today. Maybe they've had some issues on some other cars, and they're trying to be proactive here on the 11.
The 11 of Denny Hamlin and the 19 of Carl Edwards. The 2 Joe Gibbs Racing cars that have not had eventful days. Too many men over the wall for the 20. That brings him back onto pit road. So the hits just keep coming for the 20 team. And Matt Kenseth, Logano, he continues to lead, 129 laps already. Welcome back to NBCSN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Bank of America 500 from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Let's take a look at today's Mobil 1 performance factors, and you have to look at the chasers that have had issues. Problems for chase drivers. Dale Earnhardt Jr. hit the wall on lap 70. Matt Kenseth, he's been on pit road 7 total pit stops in his last 2 cautions, and Kyle Busch hit the 42 as he was trying to get back off the pit road. Where the chasers running? Joey Logano, pretty good day. Kevin Harvick as well. Guys like Newman, 16th. Kyle Busch, 21st. Dale Earnhardt Jr., 31st. And Matt Kenseth, 32nd. Not the starts to round 2 that they were hoping for.
Exactly what we talked about when the show started, is that you really need to come out of Charlotte with a good race. You don't want to have to put yourself in a position where you have to go to Kansas and win. And you definitely don't want to put yourself in a position where you have to go to Talladega and have a good finish, because we've seen you could be running 4th, 5th, 6th, coming to get the checkered and finish 20-something in Talladega. So, the pressure is really stacked up on Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Matt Kenseth right now.
Let's get a few more updates. We'll start off with our leader, Marty Snyder.
Rick, you mentioned this a moment ago. Hard to believe that coming into this race, Joey Logano had only led 20 career laps here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Right now, 138 laps led today and counting. And when I talked to Joey before the race, he said, I am so glad this race rained out last night, because a hot, slick racetrack, that's for me. That's my kind of day. Clearly, that's proving out right now. Logano in the lead, Kelly.
Just behind him, Kevin Harvick now running second after starting 11th. When I talked to his crew chief, Rodney Childers, at the start of the chase, he told me they thought they could get all the way to Homestead just on consistency alone. Well, round 1 was anything but consistent for this team. They've had 13 top 2 finishes this season, as we see them in second. Now, I asked Rodney again what their approach is for this round of the chase. He said, again, I think if we can find our consistency, we'll be good. Right now, he said he's a little bit too tight on the bottom. Dave?
Kelly, on this last round of pit stop, we saw the late choices that had consequences for Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson. Jeff Gordon was given the option to pit if he wanted to, based on what he saw happen in front of him. He did come to pit road from 12th, had a clean stop, has picked up the positions he lost, and has a better fuel situation and 4 fresh tires.
Dave, talking with Brad Keselowski's crew chief Paul Wolf earlier this week, he was blatantly honest. He said, look, our performance has not been what we expected it to be here during the playoffs. We just haven't been as good as we wanted to be. And that, again, is the case today. Early in this race, Brad said, we're just bad. We're not very good, especially in traffic. Can't get near any other cars and can't really do anything. They've made some progress, but he still doesn't like the speed in the car. He's running 13th right now and has been very loose off. They still have some work to do, and they've got some laps to do it, but time is running out, Rick.
Thank you, Mike. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson. Incredibly good at this racetrack. One problem he has going forward is he is out of contention for the championship. Eliminated after last week. Incredible to say, he has never had a season where he has not been able to at least have an opportunity at the championship for the final races of the season, but it's not going to happen this year for him. But still definitely in contention to win this race.
No question. It's a little bit of uncharted territory for the 48, checking out that entire team. But, they can still finish 5th in points, and that right now is their goal. Spoke to Jimmy this week, and he said, look, very disappointed. No doubt we're not in a championship battle, but we're going to give 100%. We're going to try to get wins and finish 5th. At the end of the day, he wants to win championships, but if he can't win that championship, he wants to finish the year as strong as he possibly can.
Yeah, and where is he not going to be a favorite of these tracks coming up? He has 7 wins here, multiple wins at Texas, multiple wins at Martinsville. All of these tracks in the chase, there's a reason he's won 6 championships, and that's because he runs so well at these final 10 tracks. But in this new format, there is not the opportunity to recover. He's eliminated from the chase, and that's what his teammate Jeff Gordon is trying to avoid. He's currently continued to battle this car, Jeff. We've seen him running in the mid-20s most of the day, but he's worked his way up all the way to 11th. Catching Ryan Blaney for 10th.
He's done a really good job of battling. They had trouble on some restarts early, but lately he's been running really well. His lap times have been almost as good as the leader, so they make good changes to the 24 car, and they're running well. Passing the 21 for 10th.
Trying to break into the top 10 is Jeff Gordon. Joey Logano still in front of the Bank of America 500.
As you see Kevin Harvick pitting from the second position, he said his car was getting just way too tight on that run. They're going to give him 4 Goodyear tires, make a little adjustment there, you see, on the right rear for Kevin Harvick, and fill him up with Sunoco fuel.
Kurt Busch was on and off of pit road as well. Denny Hamlin is on pit road as well in the 11. Hamlin doesn't appear to have any more issues battery-wise. They haven't done anything since. He leaves full of Sunoco fuel.
Here comes race leader Joey Logano. Kelly.
And there you see the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. He said he needs the car to turn a little bit better, but he had been using the track bar to try to help his adjustment. He's getting 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. Meanwhile, Carl Edwards said his car got snappy loose off the corners. He said his nose is really down 4 tires as well, Marty.
Kelly, leader Joey Logano said his car is tight on compression. He's been having that problem all day long. And then he said it's also a 4-wheel drift off the corners. Also running a little hot in traffic. It was a little tape off, wedge, and an air pressure adjustment for the leader, Joey Logano.
There you see the 3 of Austin Dillon. They had to make an unexpected pit stop earlier for a loose wheel, but they have recovered, and he was racing back inside the top 10. It's a 4 Goodyear tire stop for Austin Dillon.
Brad Keselowski on pit road. He's been saying the car's been a little bit loose off. They're going to make a 4-tire change and air pressure adjustment. Sunoco fuel as well. Meanwhile, Ryan Newman, his car has been swinging from loose to tight throughout the course of the day. It's neutral right now. They make their adjustments. He's away. Kyle Busch on pit road. We saw the damage he sustained coming down pit road last time. He says the car's been running okay, though, despite that damage. A 4-tire change for Kyle Busch, Dave.
Mike, because the 24 got off strategy when everyone else pitted, he was able to stay out and lead a lap. That's a championship point. We saw last week just how much 1 or 2 points can mean as you move to the next round.
Points are so important with just 3 races to determine who the 8 will advance to round 3. You've got to get as many points as you can. We see Clint Boyer also making his way onto pit road. Jamie McMurray and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. also on pit road. Mike?
Clint Boyer not happy with his race car at all. Just says it will not turn. He actually used the word terrible at one point during the course of that run. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment, a 4-tire change, and Sunoco race fuel. Jamie McMurray on pit road as well. He's been pretty happy with his car, saying the balance is good. A 4-tire change there in 12 seconds. A good stop for the 1 team.
just before the 18 came onto pit road. I believe they got into the wall again. Way up high. See Kyle Busch, yeah, sure enough.
It's a fair amount of damage. He rode the wall again. These walls, I don't know what it is. I've never understood it. But once you get in the wall, you think it would knock you back off of it. But when you get in the wall, it just feels like it sucks you into it. It's hard to get the car back off of the wall. You see how long he rode around.
We stay green. Sam Hornish Jr. is scored as the race leader. He was on pit road on lap 198. So Sam playing a little bit of pit strategy here. He's got a ways to go before he'll have to come to pit road. Joey Logano is about 13 seconds behind him and has been on pit road. Will still have to come to pit road another time. They haven't made their final pit stops yet. And there is now the 22 coming into your screen. That's the gap between 1 and 2. Sam Hornish Jr. will have to come to pit road to have his service done, but he has a little bit of a cushion. He's only gone 40 laps since he was on pit road. They've gone upwards of 60 laps.
Yeah, Rick, and what's the strategy for the 9 and Sam Hornish Jr.? Maybe we can run 15, 16, 17 more laps, get a very timely caution. Right before he has to come to pit road, there'll be enough laps on the tires that perhaps everyone on the lead lap will pit. Well, Sam will get the pit from the lead. It'll be a big swap in track position. Those are the type of pit calls that Sam Hornish and this 9 need to make. When you're mired back there in the 15th to 20th position, it's so hard to race your way out from underneath there. This is the type of call you need. As we see a car up against the wall right behind him, the 20.
That is Matt Kenseth. Kenseth, serious damage to the right front.
Sorry, come on.
That one is not going to be repairable on pit road.
Yeah, I'm going to the garage there, guys. Broke whatever it broke there.
Kenseth thought whatever part it was had broke earlier. Apparently it had not until just now.
And I hate to be Jason Ratcliffe in that position. You know you don't want to be out there. You become very good friends with your driver. You understand the speeds they're running. You really want to bring it to the garage and repair it, but he has no choice. He has to keep him out there and keep trying to collect those points. Unfortunately, whatever it was finally failed. Now they'll go to the garage and see if there's any way to repair it.
It goes back to when they had so much damage on the back of the car. They had to put so much emphasis on the back that the front didn't appear to be damaged. But Matt went back out there and he said, hey, we do have something wrong with the front, but they never could see it. But as you know, sometimes it's not obvious what's broken. It's bent, not necessarily broken. You see right here, he's already in the wall. He's already had the failure entering turn 3 and had a big impact. You see how much damage there was in the car. I'd say at this point, with 93 laps to go, with that much damage, I would be surprised if they were able to get this car back out as bad as that right front looks.
So while Sam Hornish was hoping for a caution, he got one, but it might be a little too soon because I'm not sure a lot of those cars that were just on pit road, 8 or 10 laps ago under green, they might not come pit again.
17, that Juicy Juice Ford of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is going to be the free pass recipient.
And he was racing hard. Everybody knew that the 9 was leading the race. He wanted to try to get by him. He almost got by him, which would have kept him in the lead lap. Now he's getting the free pass, but he's got to start tailing along the line. And listen, Matt Kenseth, why do they care? Why are they going to try to work on this car? Justin Allgaier and Casey Kane, they're both out. They're not going to come back on the racetrack. If they can pick up those 2 spots, it could make a difference.
The other car that's quite a few laps down is Jeb Burton. He's 88 laps down. They want to make sure that they finish 40th. If they're going to, if they can make one spot up, one position, that 1 point could help them as we have 2 races still to go, Kansas and Talladega. Sam Hornish Jr. race leader. They'll have to come to pit road. A lot of damage for Chase competitor Kenseth.
back at Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's a gorgeous afternoon for racing, unless, of course, you are Matt Kenseth, who's experienced a whole lot of trouble here this afternoon, which, Matt, all got started with contact racing in the pack with the 31. Describe what happened there and then your day since.
Yeah, I don't know. Everything kind of snowballed. You know, we're real fast out front. We were kind of tight in traffic and got behind pitting, and then I missed the pit stall trying to come around to 21 and had to back up in the pit, and that put us back there. So it just kind of snowballed. But with Ryan, I honestly don't know. I gotta go look at it. He went up like I thought he was broke, so I went up through the middle, and I thought I left him plenty of room, and then next thing I know, I was pointed at the fence, you know. So I don't know. I got to rewatch it. There's not a ton of room over there, but I thought there was enough room for three of us, and I just got it in the right rear and, you know, put it in the wall. So after that, we had the front end bent. We just finally blew a tire.
I know you believe in this team, but with one race now gone for you, you're 29 points below the cut line at this moment. How do you advance to the next round?
Well, I really look at one race at a time, to be honest with you. I mean, you do the best you can every week, and this is the best I can do. It's amazing I have a job, but, you know, just do our best every week and take it one race at a time. Today, obviously, was a bad day. We had a really fast General Camry, and it wasn't good when we got back in the pack. And like I said, one thing led to another, and led to me making, you know, I guess a couple of mistakes in putting us here. So it's a down day, but we'll get her gathered up and go to Kansas and, you know, run hard there.
Matt Kenseth started on the pole, still bringing a smile in the midst of a snowballing day the wrong direction, Rick.
Yeah, Dave, it really has been an up and down day. After starting up front, Matt Kenseth led 72 laps early, came onto pit road, strategy and a slow stop, put him back in the middle of the pack. A little bit of contact there. Then, as Matt mentioned, a mistake here, going a little bit too far in his pit stall, put him back even further into the 31 and then into the wall. And that ended up where they broke something on the right front and had to go into the garage, and that's where they are now. So a difficult start to round two of the chase for Matt Kenseth. And, you know, he said, I'm taking it one race at a time, which means their focus now has to go to Kansas.
And why would they not? Look at the 4-car just in the last round. He had an accident at Chicago, ran out of fuel in New Hampshire, went to Dover, won, he advanced. That's what makes this playoff system different. It's not just points. The opportunity, the winning you're in is always out there. It'll be out there for everyone who's still eligible in the chase. Matt Kenseth, while he's had a rough day here at Charlotte, next week's another race, another opportunity to punch his ticket.
Don't forget, he's won 5 races this year, so they're more than capable of winning races.
Front row is made up of Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick. Harvick might be one of the hottest drivers right now in the Sprint Cup Series. Logano on the inside. Green flag back in the air. Logano clearing Harvick before they even got into turn number 1. Denny Hamlin looked to the inside of the floor. Kevin Harvick. But now it's fallen back into a battle for third. Jimmy Johnson on the outside has it. Logano trying not to pull away too quickly. I'm sure he actually would like to, but Joey Logano 3 car lengths already in front of Kevin Harvick. Kurt Busch moving up. He makes the move to the inside of the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. Hamlin has fallen back to 4th. 5th, Kurt Busch. And side by side for 6th now.
You see there Austin Dillon inside Martin Truex Jr. That is a great recovery. About 65 or 70 laps ago, the caution came out, and this 3-car had to come down pit road because of a potential loose wheel. They were one of the only cars that pitted. Got all the way back into 17th, 18th position. He's rallied back, fought back, currently running in the 6th position.
Austin Dillon won the Xfinity race on Friday night. Would like to complete the weekend sweep, get his first ever Cup Series win. Riding along with Kurt Busch, looking back on Austin Dillon.
We talked about at the top of the show, Rick, these teams were prepared for an evening race. Well, now we have a day race. What adjustments were they going to have to make? What adjustability did they have built in? Well, now with 85 laps to go, that's not the story. Now it's who has got the car they need, because looking at all the pit stops they've had, they've all made adjustments. Logano, he stayed up front all day before Kevin Harvick, currently in 2nd. Johnson, Hamlin, Kurt Busch, and Austin Dillon, as we see right here. Now you're only going to have a couple more chances, hopefully, to make finer adjustments, smaller adjustments, maybe even some pit strategy to get some track position.
And we've seen where track position definitely plays into guys running well. Logano stayed out early on in this race, and since doing that, has been able to hold on to that top spot.
Yeah, that track position was huge. And again, once they got out there, it's a completely different driving car when you get out front. Now you can tune your car to being out front where you spend the rest of the day. The great question is, if they have a bad pit stop, and if they get in the back, can they get their way back to the front? We've seen cars have a really, really difficult time. We saw Matt Kenseth not being able to get himself back to the front. So at this point in the race, they're going to do everything in their power not to lose track position.
And it's going to be some tough decisions. Tough decisions because the pit road's going to open, and you're going to have to decide how many tires you want to get or if you come in all. But what a season. 159 laps left today, over 1,000 laps left for this season.
Already this season, Joey Logano over 1,000 laps led. That's the first time that he has done that in a season. And we still have 6 races to go after today.
And last year, remember how they lost the championship? They were one of the 4 cars that went to Homestead with a chance to win a championship. Ran pretty decent, but had a late problem on pit road. Took themselves out of contention to win. The way that team handled that situation, I think, is part of why they're in here in this situation today. They didn't fight. They didn't argue. They just said, you know what? We win as a team. We lose as a team. They had a great attitude about it. And, you really wondered going to Daytona, how were they going to respond? Were they going to come back and try to revenge themselves? Were they still mad at each other? How did they work? Well, guess what they did? They won the Daytona 500, and they've had a really good year. So sometimes in failure, it can actually make you better if you allow it to make you better. You all go to work and keep your heads together and continue working together.
Joey Logano, strong. Once again, 3 wins already in the 2015 campaign. Won on a road course. His last win came at Bristol. Can he get another win here at Charlotte?
Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. An unexpected stop for Jimmy Johnson as they're going to push the 48 back to the garage. Jimmy just said, the car just won't go. I have it wide open and it won't go. He said it's idling on its own. I think it's something electric. They made the call very quickly to push it back to the garage so they can try to get to the root of the problem. But Jimmy Johnson, who had been having a really strong day, now headed back to the garage. Rick?
Yeah, he came onto pit road. He was third. He coasted onto pit road, as he said he had it wide open and it wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, well, as the fans saw it side by side when they opened up, or NASCAR Nonstop, when they opened the hood and looked down under where the engine turner was pointing is kind of where the oil pump belt is normally on one of these cars. That I'm surmising this, but basically when he looked down and pointed and kind of made the signal that he thought the engine was done. Usually when you break an engine, you lose some of the belts or the pulleys or drives off the front of the engine. So it looks like it might be terminal for the 48. We'll have to see what they say when they get to the garage.
And we saw the 51 car pulling out around the 48 car. There's a car that was off the racetrack. He's coming back on the racetrack. So that's a car that could pass Matt Kenseth that we talked about earlier. So he is coming back on the racetrack. He could ultimately pass Matt Kenseth.
Just a ballpark figure, how much does an oil belt cost?
Well, they're not very much, but you need to keep them on there. It's a $100 belt, but here's the thing. The belt's probably not the cause. The belt's the result. What happens is the engine breaks and the crankshaft stops spinning and it spits the oil pump belt off. So that's more of a sign that you know something's terminal, but I would bet that's probably not the cause. You see the 51 here smoking a little bit as he tries to get back on the racetrack.
It can't be good for Justin Allgaier. They spent quite a bit of time in the garage, 81 laps down, and it looks as though they'll come back to pit road. Joey Logano continues to run strong. He is out front of Kevin Harvick by a half a second. Marty.
Well, Rick, when Joey Logano won Kansas last year, he called it his biggest moment of the chase. Obviously, that advanced him to round number 3 of the chase, but it was race number 1 in round 2. Guess what today is? Race number 1 in round 2. They would love to do the same thing here and advance themselves to that next round with a shot to run for the championship at Homestead. On this run, the car a little bit free for Logano. First time it's been free and loose all day long. Mike?
You know, Marty, although Ryan Newman said, hey, we need to do some homework before we go into round 2, they did feel pretty good about this round. In fact, they felt pretty good about today. Luke Lambert told me they said, well, we should have a top 10 car. However, after sustaining damage in a collision with Matt Kenseth earlier in this race, the 31 car has just not been the same. Right now, Ryan Newman not very happy with it, especially on restarts. He said he just can't go. Dave?
Denny Hamlin runs third, and he does indeed have a voltage issue. They were trying to diagnose it under the last caution, having Denny switch back and forth between batteries, sometimes running both batteries. He reported that the voltage was at 13.7, which doesn't sound extremely low, Steve, but it appears to be lower than they're comfortable with right now.
And that would be a concern because, as we've seen already, some chasers have an issue. Matt Kenseth, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kyle Busch has had an accident trying to recover from. This is a perfect opportunity for Denny Hamlin to kind of gain a little bit of cushion on some of those cars. So that's something they're going to have to continue to manage. Having 2 batteries will help do that. You can go back and forth between the 2, try to save some voltage. But with 68 laps to go, it has to be a concern.
The 3 winningest drivers this season have all had problems. Matt Kenseth has 5 wins. He's struggling. Kenseth in the garage. They are working on trying to get him back out. He's running 40th. Kyle Busch, 4 wins on the season. He runs 22nd, a lap down. And Jimmy Johnson, the most recent, 4 wins already in 2015, and he is in the garage, and their day is done. Joey Logano has to be looking in the rearview mirror thinking Kevin Harvick looks to be getting a little bit bigger. The gap closing between the 4 and the 22 as the laps wind down. 66 to go. Kevin Harvick wanting to go back-to-back. As far as wins are concerned, he won at Dover a week ago to advance into round number 2 of the chase. Now closing the gap on Joey Logano to go NASCAR nonstop. Welcome back. You've seen the battle between 1 and 2. Joey Logano out front, Kevin Harvick running second. Harvick trying some different lines, trying to get an advantage. The gap staying right around half a second. Kelly, I know you're in the garage. I'm sure a driver that doesn't want to be talking to you right now, but issues with that 48.
Yeah, from third place back to the garage. Jimmy, what did you experience and what did the crew tell you when you got back here to the garage?
Well, we noticed a little bit of smoke from time to time, and wasn't sure if it was just rubber on the headers or what it might be. And then coming down the front stretch, the engine basically went into protection mode and wouldn't let any RPM, let the engine have any RPM. So coming around, I thought it was some kind of electrical issue, and I knew from all of our discussions about the EFI that it has some protection mode stuff, and it was in that function. But the issue is we lost oil pressure. We have a problem with the oil pump. Oil pump was failing and seizing up, and then the engine tried to protect itself and only let me have 2,000 RPM. So we're done. Unfortunate. Had a great race car. I really wanted to get the victory lane with this Red Vest Chevrolet, and a big shout out to the 265,000 people that work in store every day. And we'll come back and go again next week.
Disappointing finish for the 48, Rick.
Yeah, disappointing again at a racetrack that he has been so good. The last restart, Kevin Harvick may be questioning the 22 and how he does the restarts. Kevin Harvick had this to say on the radio.
Yes, you can take off before the restart zone again, Rob. See a black flag there.
So we want to take a look at the restart, and we'll show you, again, the control car, which is Joey Logano, can go at the first line.
If he went early, it's maybe 2 or 3 feet early. I mean, it's not enough early where NASCAR could make that call. I mean, it did look like he went maybe 2 feet early, but NASCAR doesn't have enough technology to make a call on 2 or 3 feet. So he did go on the early side for sure.
And NASCAR has put a dedicated camera on the restart zone. They've put a senior official in the restart zone area to focus on restarts. This time at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the first track that has painted the actual lines on the track so that the drivers and the fans, more than the drivers, know where that restart zone is.
Yeah, I think those lines came into play right there. I think it became a little more obvious exactly where the zone began and ended. And I agree with Jeff. I think the 22 might have been a foot or two early, if that. But it's definitely not black and white enough to make the call. I think that one has to go under the list of a decent restart.
There's been some history between the 4 and 22. Could that be bubbling up now as we get closer to the end of this race?
Well, Kevin Harvick's very smart. He understands he's a great competitor. He knows that if he has an issue with it, he needs to say it over the radio. People will listen, and perhaps it'll raise some attention to it. It definitely raised our attention. We just showed it. We looked at the replay again. So now he has got that in the mind that potentially could be early, and I'm sure they're going to let the 22 know, Marty.
And Rick, interesting that's coming down to Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick here. Earlier this week, Logano was asked about Harvick's dominating performance, really at New Hampshire until they ran out of fuel, and at Dover as well. And he had an interesting take because he said, you know what? We've now seen the 4's best shot. They had to bring out their best cars, their best engines. Now we know what we need to do in the rounds to win a championship if we're facing Kevin Harvick. Our best cars, our best engines, we haven't brought out yet because all we had to do at Dover was just get in with a nice top 10 finish. So it's interesting, Steve, the chess match of being played behind the scenes, isn't it? These teams watching each other, trying to figure out what they need to do to beat each other on the track. Kelly?
Martin Truex Jr. is in the pits. He had actually brushed the wall a little bit earlier. He's saying right now the car will not turn. The front end is just too numb. A four-tire stop for the 78. Meanwhile, the 19 of Carl Edwards went from snappy loose. Now he's saying that his front tires have given up, so they gave him some fresh rubber. 4 Goodyear tires for the 19. And now you see the 4 of Kevin Harvick from the second position, saying that last run his car was pretty good right there. They're going to give him 4 tires. This could potentially be their last stop of the race, Dave.
Kurt Busch called in and said his car was a little bit tight in the center, a little bit loose off of the corner. He'll get an air pressure adjustment for that condition, 4 fresh Goodyear tires, and a Phillips Sunoco fuel to get him to the end of the race. Mike?
Ryan Newman needing help, especially on restarts and on short runs. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment right now from 31 and a 4-tire change. Service being done to the right side while Sunoco Race Fuel goes in. Team swinging around the left side to complete their 4-tire change here on the 31 of Ryan Newman. Dave?
Denny Hamlin said, my car won't turn in the center, but the bigger condition is off the corner. It's very, very loose. So he'll get a chassis adjustment and air pressure for that. 4 Goodyear tires and fuel, Marty.
50 to go, Dave. You see that top right-hand corner of your screen, possibly last stops of the day. Leader Joey Logano says, I need turn from the 3/4 mark of the corner and off. A quick stop for that 22 bunch. Also wanted a little drive off. They did that with air pressure. We'll see with these green flags stop, cycle out.
Going to be interesting to see if the 22 loses the lead. The 4 is in the middle of 1 and 2, right behind him, caught in a little bit of lap traffic, but I think he's going to pass the 22 down the backstretch. He came 1 lap earlier than the 22. He definitely has momentum here.
He was 1 second behind when the pit sequences started. He's not going to get to pass him. But one thing that happened to Kevin Harvick leaving pit road, he got stuck behind Danica Patrick. He was not able to leave on the apron quite as quick as he wanted to. And then when he drove into turn 3, he had to go 3 wide to pass some cars. So all of that helped Joey Logano a great deal. Had Kevin not had to deal with those things, Kevin Harvick would be the leader right now.
Joey Logano at Homestead in 2014. One of the last pit stops, he came onto pit road, and the pit crew did not give him as good a pit stop as they were hoping for. It was a disappointing situation for the 22 team. Not being in contention at the end of the race to race for the win in the championship. Now Joey Logano in a perfect position to win the first race of round 2. His pit crew comes through perfectly. A great pit stop for the 22, gets him back out in front of the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Now we have to remember to mention Sam Hornish Jr. still has not come to pit road, so he is scored as the race leader. Running second is Joey Logano. Kevin Harvick is third. And they came a little bit earlier, about 50 laps this time for all of the lead lap cars came onto pit road as opposed to the 55 or 60 that we saw the last few stops.
Well, I think at this point it's all about when you're going to get new tires, what your opportunity is to get to pit road. It really is a chess game because the 4 of Kevin Harvick, as Jeff said, they beat the 22 1 lap to pit road. That would have been enough, but it's all how you blend. He had a little bit of trouble on his first out lap with traffic, cost the 4 a tremendous amount of speed, but now with 46 to go, Kevin still has to search for a way around the 22. We talk about mistakes by chase teams. The 78 of Martin Truex Jr. got very fortunate on this green flag pit stop. Watch the fuel can here when Martin Truex Jr. leaves the racetrack, or leaves the pit box. It gets caught in the car. The fuel man loses control of it. Look how close it is to crossing the line. If that dump can crosses, or any part of that dump can crosses over that yellow line, that's equipment out of the pit box. That's a penalty. He would lose a lap. Instead, inches from the yellow line, currently running the 5th position.
And great job of that crewman to put his hands down and stop that can. I mean, as you said, a couple inches, they'd be back on pit road.
No mistakes if you want to advance into round 3. 1 and 2 separated by about a second. Welcome back to NBCSN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Bank of America 500. Coming up after the checkered flag, complete post-race coverage from Charlotte Motor Speedway with Steve, Jeff, and I. And then there's plenty more to follow on NBCSN with NASCAR Victory Lap. Join Dave Briggs, Parker Kligerman, Frank Stoddard after the post-race show. Sam Hornish Jr. still scored as the race leader. Has to come to pit road, though, soon, or he'll be running out of gas. Logano and Harvick running second and third. The gap between the two, 0.3 of a second. That will ultimately be for the race lead as soon as Sam Hornish Jr. comes to pit road.
You can see Danica Patrick and Kevin Harvick coming off pit road together. Danica Patrick ends up getting in front of Kevin, so now Kevin has to slow down and has to follow Danica all the way around to turn 2. So that little bit of difference was the difference between him coming out in the lead versus being second.
And I like that Danica Patrick is fighting hard for her position, but in the playoffs, when we talk about teammates helping teammates, no one is supposed to pull over, give a position, or give the win. But small opportunities present themselves right there. I believe it would have been beneficial to all of Stewart-Haas Racing if the 10 realizes this, lets the 4 go. We're talking a few feet, follows him off the corner.
Yeah, Joey Logano, he just didn't have to deal with any of that. He had clean traffic. He was able to leave pit road hard. And also, Kevin Harvick also got caught up in the middle of 3 and 4. He had to go 3 wide and pass some cars. Joey Logano had a clean out lap, so that was a huge difference between running first and second.
Now Kevin Harvick trying to get by Casey Mears in the 13. Guy's still running very hard for position. Casey Mears just went a lap down. He's running 18th. A.J. Allmendinger also a lap down, running 17th. Ryan Newman, chaser, right at the back of the lead lap. He is 16th. Chasers that have had issues: Earnhardt Jr., Matt Kenseth, Kyle Busch. Sam Hornish Jr. on pit road, gives up the lead. Now it's Logano and Harvick up front again.
And you mentioned Ryan Newman. He was barely on the lead lap, but that was to the 9 of Sam Hornish Jr. Now that he is peeled off, the 31 does have a little bit of a cushion back to the 22. Basically a little bit more than the entire front stretch. So with 34 to go, I'd expect Ryan Newman to be safe on the lead lap.
About 6 seconds.
Yeah.
It's the gap between Newman and Joey Logano. The top 6 drivers all in the chase. Logano, Harvick, Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., Kurt Busch, Carl Edwards. Austin Dillon runs 7th. Brad Keselowski is 8th. Jeff Gordon is 9th. Running out the top 10, Clint Boyer. A little bit of a wiggle there for the 4 of Kevin Harvick, as the gap continues to grow now between Logano and Harvick. Harvick using that higher line once again to try to find more speed here at Charlotte. Denny Hamlin's 4 seconds behind race leader Joey Logano. Hamlin running 3rd. Pretty good sized gap if this continues to stay green for the final 31 laps, Marty.
And Rick, if you're the leader like Joey Logano, you want to make sure everybody knows that you're coming. Tab Boy, the spotter, is busy up in the spotter stand. He said, let's make sure the 6 is on the game plan here, meaning Trevor Bayne, who's in front of him, make sure he knows that we're coming. Also, Tab is telling him every lap where Kevin Harvick is running. A little while ago, Kevin was catching Joey, so he was reminding him, hey, he's higher, he's in the middle, wherever he was. When he was catching him, he was telling him, go there. But for right now, Logano able to keep that distance from the 4 car.
The gap, 1.7 seconds between Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick. We go NASCAR nonstop. Today's aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods. Fun to look down on this 1.5 mile track. This car is rocketing into turn number 3 at over 190 miles an hour. The gap between 1 and 2 is 1.2 seconds. Logano over Harvick. 24 laps to go. Kelly.
Kevin Harvick running second right now. He has not led a lap this race, but he has led a series high 2,031 laps this season. Now, the last 3 drivers to lead more than 2,000 laps in a single season have all gone on to win the championship. It was Jeff Gordon back in 2001, Jimmy Johnson in 2009, and of course Kevin Harvick just last year. Right now, Kevin's been really quiet on the radio as far as telling him smooth and steady. You're cutting into Joey's lead a little bit at a time.
Have to deal with the lap cars. Keep getting in between the two. Now it's Trevor Bayne that's in between Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick.
And Martin Truex, having quietly a good day. Those guys have been running really well. They've stepped up a little bit as the chase has started, did a nice job working their way through the first session. Now, as we start the second segment of points, these guys have gotten off to a really good start. Running third, they've been solid all day long. They haven't had winning speed, but they've been very, very competitive.
But what they've had is efficiency. They've limited their mistakes. And while everybody sees Talladega looming, I wonder if that hasn't gotten into the heads of some of these guys. They're maybe amped up a little bit too much, pushing themselves in mistakes. We saw Matt Kenseth getting into an accident, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in an accident, Kyle Busch in an accident. Martin Truex, while I agree with you, Jeff, hasn't showed winning speed, they've showed the type of consistency today and limited their mistakes where I believe they have the opportunity to move forward if they can do that in race 2 and race 3.
You mentioned consistency. The only driver that's been consistent for Hendrick Motorsports has been Jeff Gordon. He now runs in the top 10, currently 8th, Dave.
It's been an interesting race weekend, Rick. On Thursday's first practice, he was 6th fastest. You'd think it would be in the top 6 or 10 for qualifying, but 22nd is where he started this race, so they knew it was going to be an uphill battle. Working in their favor, a hot sunny day versus a cold, cool evening with only one groove. Just been able to pass race cars. They kept working on it, and he's worked his way into the top 10, now his best running position. Oh, not insignificantly, he has avoided trouble.
Which today, there are quite a few drivers that would like to say they have avoided trouble that have not been able to.
Jeff Gordon, we know how many wins he's had, but Jeff Gordon's a smart race car driver. You're not going to typically find Jeff Gordon getting himself in a situation where it's going to knock him out of the points. He knew coming into the race, maybe I don't have the fastest car. Let's get the best we can. He's very, very smart. He's using the approach today of, look, we can't win this race unless something strange happens, but let's don't do anything to hurt ourselves. We can still point our way into this thing. Jeff Gordon's driven a perfect race for the speed that they have.
Mike, what about the 2?
There may be a problem with the 2, Rick. Brad Keselowski just radioed in saying it feels like I've got a left rear loose right now. He then asked how many laps there were left. At the time, there were 19. It sounds like he's going to try to ride it out unless it gets worse. If it gets worse, his team is ready, waiting to make the change.
Keselowski running 9th.
That's a terrible spot to be in, isn't it, Steve? What do you do? It's spot rating, you think you have a loose wheel. Will it make it? Will it not make it? You just don't know. If you pit, you know you're going to have a poor finish. If it breaks, you'll have a worse finish. But there's just no right answer in this situation.
16 cars on the lead lap. A.J. Allmendinger running 16th. He's about 3 to 4 seconds just in front of Joey Logano.
And Rick, all these other crew chiefs, especially the crew chief for Joey Logano right here, Todd Gordon has got to consistently be asking himself, if a caution comes out right now, what do I do? How many laps do I have on the tires? Do I think I need 2? Do I think I need 4? Rodney Childers for Kevin Harvick, Cole Pearn for the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. These crew chiefs aren't sitting back and just watching. They know anything can happen in these last 16 laps, and you can't wait for the caution come out to make the decision. Marty, you got to be thinking ahead, have a plan in case the caution does come out.
You crew chiefs always have a plan, don't you, Steve? And the plan on this 22 team all year long, get better where we haven't been good. A great example of that, the road courses. They went to Watkins Glen and won. Logano never expected to win there, much less sweep the weekend, which he did. The big point of emphasis in the chase, Charlotte Motor Speedway. Coming into this race, they'd only led 20 laps here in their career. Just one top 10 in the last 4 races. Todd Gordon told me all year long we've wanted to put emphasis on the places where we haven't been good, make those places better. Clearly they've done that today, and now put themselves in a position, if they can keep it out front right here, to advance to round 3. And Jeff, that's what championship teams do, isn't it? Make themselves better where they're weak currently.
Oh, that is so important. You know, what you want to do is you want to play to your strengths, but at the same time you're playing to your strengths, you want to always be improving your weaknesses. So, see, a lot of teams, they try to become something they're not. They try to all of a sudden be good at a racetrack that they're not typically good at. That takes time. You have to learn how to be better at a racetrack. So, you know, it's all about improving at a pace that works for you and your team. Sometimes trying too hard can be a bad thing.
We always hear drivers say, you know, you're pushing too hard entering a corner. Well, how about pushing too hard overall? You've got to really think about the big picture. The chase grid as they run. 12 laps to go, 8 advance into round 3. You can't get there from this race unless you win. Joey Logano right now sitting in that perfect position. Ryan Newman, Kyle Busch, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Matt Kenseth, all starting this second round in a hole. And the 2 car could be in trouble as well. Brad Keselowski had mentioned the possibility of a left rear tire loose, a loose wheel. Will it last for another 11 laps? Logano now has a 1.7 second lead over Kevin Harvick. That gap has not gone down. Mike, is there anything more on the 2 we're hearing?
Brad's doing everything he can to get this thing to the finish. He said he's adjusted his line into the corner, trying to drive it in as straight as possible. Just another observation I wanted to point out. A lot of these teams this year, because the rule does not mandate 5 lug nuts, a lot of these teams are actually going with 4 on each and every pit stop. The 2 team is one of them. They made their last stop only 4 lug nuts, but Steve, as you know, if you're only going to go with 4 lug nuts, there's very little room for error.
Absolutely, Mike. Now, 4 tight lug nuts is more than enough, especially on the left rear. The question is, if there's only 4 available to tighten and you miss one or you don't hit one really square with the gun and it doesn't draw up tight, 2, 3 lug nuts can be very questionable.
Have to keep our eye on Brad Keselowski. Keselowski running 9th.
Well, his teammate, Joey Logano, the leader, he's cheering for Brad Keselowski, too. He probably doesn't understand the situation, but they don't want a caution. And if the 2 has a problem on the racetrack and brings the caution out, it can be a negative for all of Team Penske. Chasers running in the top 6. Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, Kurt Busch, and Carl Edwards. Austin Dillon still in the top 10. He runs 7th. Then it's Jeff Gordon, Brad Keselowski, and Clint Bowyer, another non-chaser, in the top 10. Joey Logano has never won at Charlotte. His best finish at this racetrack has been 3rd. What a perfect day for him to change that statistic. A win will advance him into the 3rd round. He did it a year ago when the first race of round 2 was Kansas. He won his way into round 3. He's trying to do it again today.
I think there's something to be said. If the 22 can beat the 4, that will be a huge morale boost. The 4, you had to step up and go toe-to-toe with the 4 car, who's been the fastest car since this chase started. So if you can get this victory, it says a lot about you and your team, and it helps a tremendous amount with your confidence moving forward.
Now just 6 laps to go. Logano keeping that gap between himself and Harvick. Hit your marks, perfect lap after lap after lap. He's got to do it less than 6 times.
You know, when you have a lead like he has almost a 2-second lead, it's almost harder than when you have a 2-car length lead, because when you have a 2-car length lead, you know you got to race hard, you know you got to push. When you have this lead, you're just waiting for something bad to happen. You're just trying to make sure you don't make a mistake or somebody around you makes a mistake. So just really important for Joey Logano just to look ahead, be cautious, not make any mistakes as this race winds down.
We looked at the big picture. Round 2 could be the most difficult of all the rounds. 2.5-mile tracks, and then Talladega looming at the end of round 2. All of the teams wanting to have success in this first race of round 2. Kenseth, Earnhardt Jr., both issues. Kyle Busch also struggling in this first race of round 2. Kevin Harvick running a different line now. Up higher, trying to close the gap. Under 4 to go. Logano to the middle of the track. Harvick down to the bottom.
Logano does have a little bit of lap traffic in front of him, though. Even though he has a decent lead, that can be a concern of his. He needs to get through there nice and clean.
Under 3 to go. Joey Logano catching lap traffic. Will that give Kevin Harvick one shot at it? One attempt to try to steal the win away from a dominant Joey Logano. Logano already has led 224 laps today. This time by
2 to go.
2 laps. And he's caught up to the lap traffic. Now he has to choose a line. He'll stay behind them. A.J. Allmendinger, the last car on the lead lap just in front of Joey Logano. Through 3 and 4. This time in front of the grandstands. The white flag will be displayed. One more time around to Charlotte.
White flag.
1.5 miles, and he punches his ticket into round 3. Fuel not an issue. The cars in front of him not an issue. And Kevin Harvick not getting any bigger in his mirror. Coming out of turn number 4. Joey Logano will win for the first time at Charlotte and advance to round 3.
Hell of a job, guys. Awesome. What a car. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Woo!
Harvick, a strong finish. Martin Truex Jr., 3rd. Hamlin, Kurt Busch rounding out the top 5.
Feels good now.
It feels good now. Well, of course it does. You are advancing to round 3. Mike?
And you can't get much more dominant than that. Todd Gordon, the crew chief, an outstanding performance today. And what makes it even sweeter, I would imagine, is you now advance to round 3.
Yeah, it's a pretty special feeling. We were able to do this last year. Kansas was the first race of this section of the chase and got us by Talladega. Did it again this year. Pretty awesome driver we got here.
Big win for the 22 team. They don't have to worry about Talladega anymore.
I've seen some burnouts before, but that was awesome. That wasn't just donuts. That was aerobatics almost there for Joey Logano as he went across the painted Charlotte Motor Speedway. He'll get the checkered flag and continue his burnout. .227 laps led for race winner Joey Logano. And now he'll make his way to victory lane at Charlotte. The guy who finished just a second and a half behind him is with Kelly.
Wasn't the win I'm sure Kevin Harvick would have liked to get, but a good start to round 2 of the chase. Where do you think the 22 had the edge on you today?
we can hang with him. I just would lose him every once in a while in traffic, but just extremely hard to pass. But all in all, we weren't very good all weekend, and the guys just did a great job on pit road and made our car better throughout the day, and were able to make our Jimmy John's Budweiser Chevrolet better as we went on. So just really proud of that, and you know, if those are the off days, we'll be just fine.
How much pressure, if any, does this alleviate going into Kansas?
It doesn't change anything. I mean, we're just going to go to Kansas and keep our head down and grind away.
All right, his 11th second-place finish this season, Rick.
Yeah, he's been in the top 2 more than anybody in 2015. Joey Logano, what a way to celebrate. Take a look at this. We'll hear him in Victory Lane next. For the 4th time this year, Joey Logano finds himself in Victory Lane. Let's go down there now to Marty.
And Ricky picked a good time to get his 4th win of the 2015 season. Big win for Joey Logano. Here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, race number 1 of round 2. When we talked this morning, he said hot and slick. That's for me. But were you surprised, Joey, the car was that dominant?
I tell you, what a great car. Todd Gordon, all the Shell Pennzoil team, all the Team Penske. He always want to win, you know, with the home turf. You know, Charlotte's everyone's home turf, and you want to make it happen here. And what a great car, leading a ton of laps. And it's got to thank Ford and Shell and, man, everyone that helps us. AutoZone, Auto Trader, SKF. Coca-Cola, everyone that supports what we're doing. This makes Talladega way easier. You know, it's I know it's on everyone's mind when this round starts. And last year we won Kansas when it was the first race of this round, and now we're able to get it this time in Charlotte. So helps us sleep here the next couple of weeks.
You were the same guy who earlier this week told me this is not our best track, but you came with a different philosophy. Why did it work?
Because what we did before didn't work.
Good point.
So you got to try something different, you know, and Todd did a good job, you know, and just trying to dissect where we struggled here the last 3 or 4 years. And this week, obviously, we made some great changes to our race car and had a very fast race car. So this helps us recharge our batteries, get ready for the next round, and you know, come out swinging for that one.
To beat Kevin Harvick in the 4 team head-to-head like that, what does it do for your team's psyche?
I think everyone's seen how fast he was last week, and you know, probably maybe a lot of people nervous, but our team kept their heads up, stayed confident. We know we can beat them. We know we got what we got to do over here, and our team's as tight-knit as they get, and I'm proud of them. Couldn't be more proud of them. There's a lot of money stops today to keep us out front. The pit stops were great, so just going to be more proud of what this team's doing right now.
Got to give you an A+ on the burnout. You almost lost it, didn't you?
Oh, it was good. I was having a good old time. It's kind of hard to judge how fast you're going when you're spinning in circles like that, but I think I did like a triple axle or something.
All right, a triple axle, but he gets the all-important win in round number 2. Joey Logano advances himself already, Rick, to round 3.
Acrobatics from behind the wheel. Let's take a look at today's Coca-Cola winning moment as Logano takes home the checkered flag. Todd Gordon cheering him on. How about that burnout? We said Kevin Harvick was one of the hottest drivers. Not anymore. It's got to be Joey Logano now. Has picked up the momentum as he wins at Charlotte and advances to round 3. Dave?
And it wasn't a winning effort today for Jeff Gordon, but Jeff, it sure seemed like a strong run from 22nd.
It certainly was. I'm really proud of this 3M Chevrolet team.
we didn't even start the race off very good, let alone starting 22nd didn't help us out. But they made some incredible adjustments, and our pit crew was rock solid on pit road, and I'm so appreciative of that. So overall, it was a great team effort. Everybody wants to be sitting there where the 22 is. That's a great place to be, especially with Talladega looming. But I couldn't be happier with the entire effort that we put out there today. Alan made some great adjustments to get us back in this thing, and I'm real happy with 8th. The problem is we got 6 of the guys who are racing in the championship right there ahead of us, but we didn't lose much to them, and I thought it was a really, really strong effort.
Jeff, none of us really like to push the day a race later in the weekend, but how thankful were you this was done in the day versus the cool of last night?
Yeah, I think day race helped us. Starting 22nd, at night this place gets so grippy and fast, and it's hard to get multiple grooves. Where during the day, the sun being out, heating up the track, losing a little bit of grip. I think it helped. It didn't move around a lot, but it moved around enough to where we could maneuver through some traffic and work our way up through there a little bit on the track, a little bit on pit road, and I certainly liked that it was a day race. The sun was shining. We had a heck of a crowd here for a race that was rain delayed and not supposed to be run today, and you got to be happy about that.
Top 10 for Gordon in the first race of the second round. Mike?
Well, for the early stages of the race on Sunday, Kyle Busch had a very strong race car, but everything changed coming to pit road. What happened?
I don't know. Just can't say enough about my guys, all the work that they put into these things. They don't deserve to be put in these situations year in, year out, but we are for some reason. But it's tough, and we're going to have to battle through with what we've got right now. I can't say enough about what they did on pit road and getting us back salvageable. Can't pass anybody, single lane racetrack, then you put oil on the top lane to try to make anything happen, and then you put yourself in a fence. So thanks to NASCAR for cleaning that up. But just every single year keeps going the same way.
Kyle Busch disappointed with the way round 2 has opened up for him.
28th place finish was certainly not what Dale Earnhardt Jr. was looking for. Describe the day that had you in the wall a couple of times, Junior.
Yeah, I lost count how many times we hit it today, but I don't know. We had a pretty decent car. Carl got a great run on me down the front straightaway, and just drove in there in the left rear quarter panel, and I have to look at that to see whether that was a racing deal or whatever. But that put us in the wall the first time, and then they didn't clean up the oil, and we hit the ball again. A lot of oil up there. They put oil where they thought there was oil, but there was, I don't know. I went around the speedy dry where they laid it on the track, and man, I flew into the fence, ran over all kinds of fluid out there against closer to the wall than where their speedy dry was. So I couldn't see it, but maybe the shadows were giving them a hard time of seeing it also, so they could clean it up. But we tried everything we could to get laps back because we had a good enough car to run in the top 20. Even after smashing into the fence all in times, it still had okay speed, but we just couldn't get an opportunity to get those laps back. Other guys had trouble. It ain't over. Don't worry about that. I mean, we don't have to go to Talladega and be nervous like those guys that are going to have to, play it safe. We can just go hard. So we got a great car that can win that race. We can go to Kentucky or Kansas, and run great. I like that track. I don't see why we can't run great there and maybe win the race there. So it ain't over. It certainly didn't help today, and it's not how we want to do it.
Junior, he finished third at Kansas in May. He won the last 2 plate races, so he might not feel as bad. As we look at the unofficial results of the Bank of America 500, Logano gets his first win at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and a big win at that will advance him into round 3.
Yeah, so many chase drivers in the top. Busch, Edwards, even Jeff Gordon, Brad Keselowski salvaged their finishes to end up in the top 10.
Run for Alcamarola in 10th. You see Clint Boyer, Jamie McMurray 11th, 12th. Ryan Newman 15th. Kyle Busch all the way down to 20th.
Yeah, you keep going further back before you see the next chase driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr., 4 laps down. He finishes 28th. Tough day for Jimmy Johnson. Part failure once again. Relegates him to 39th. And even further back, Matt Kenseth, 42nd today. So definitely a hole that Matt Kenseth will have to dig out of. But again, in this format, you win and you advance. So even though Matt Kenseth might be way down in the point standings, he still has the opportunity when he goes to Kansas. He wins, he advances.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., we know he can win at Talladega. Matt Kenseth has already won 5 races this year, so those guys, you can still make it happen.
Yeah, and then you still see the cut line. There's still a lot of pressure around the cut line. Brad Keselowski's only 6 to the good. Ryan Newman 6 to the bad. Ryan Newman, last year he got to Homestead being consistent. Already started off round 2, a little behind that in 15th place finish.
Much more of our NASCAR America post-race show when we return to Charlotte Motor Speedway. We'll hear from more drivers. And welcome back to NASCAR America post-race show here on NBCSN. Turned out to be a gorgeous afternoon, Sunday afternoon racing, which was scheduled to be a Saturday night race. In the end, Martin Truex Jr. finishes third, and moments ago, Kelly Stavis caught up with him.
It was a third-place finish for Martin Truex Jr. And Martin, your crew chief Cole Pern told me it was a very trying day on Friday where you just couldn't get the balance right. How did you go from that to a top 3 finish here today?
Just hard work and a never give up attitude. We just proud of my guys. You know, Cole and Jazzy really stuck behind me, and we worked really hard on it all weekend long. We were talking, we were texting from yesterday before from the time practice was over on Saturday or Friday until this morning about the setup and what we were going to do and what we had to do and what to focus on. And just man, I'm just proud of those guys for what they did. And true team effort, true testament to this team and their fight. And I honestly, this morning, I was really nervous going into the race, thinking, we'd be lucky to run 15th with what we had in practice. And Jeff Burton asked me the night before the race, or the day yesterday, which was supposed to be the race. He said, "What do you think about your car?" I was like, "I don't know. I don't feel too good about it." So, just proud of my guys for working hard. The pit stops were good. The guys were great on pit road, and this was a big hurdle. Now we go to our best track at Kansas. Look forward to hopefully getting 2 more.
After round 1, you said you were happy with the consistency, but that you guys would need to step it up here in round 2. Does this mean you guys are stepping it up?
We did today. We need to do it 2 more times. So Talladega still looms. Still makes us nervous. But next week, like I said, should be a really good race for us. And looking forward to getting that win that's been eluding me at Kansas for a couple of years.
Thanks, Martin.
Thank you.
Brad Keselowski recorded a top 10 finish in Charlotte Sunday, but it was a lot of work. What was your day like behind the wheel?
Yeah, it was a lot of work. We just weren't as fast as we wanted to be. When we had green flag pit stops, we seemed to be really fast with the Detroit Genuine Parts Ford, but just on restarts, yellow flags, I just get stuck in the dirty air and couldn't move anywhere. I think the 24 car looked really good. He was the only guy I saw that was really able to pass today. So just couldn't pass. Thought we had a fast car, and if we could have got out front, maybe we could have stayed out front. But that wasn't the case today. So it was a good effort to kind of keep the wheels on it on a rough day, so to speak, and make the most of it so we're not in bad shape for the next 2 races.
As you look at the remaining races here in round 2, what goes through your mind?
I need to have another solid day at Kansas where we're really going to sweat Talladega. So a couple of chase guys had some bad luck, and that could happen to us too, so we got to stay on our toes.
Brad Keselowski comes in 9th in Charlotte.
And his teammate is celebrating in victory lane. Kevin Harvick finished 2nd today, which means tomorrow is a Bloomin' Monday at Outback Steakhouse. Mention Bloomin' Monday or the Harvick Top 10 to your server to receive a free Bloomin' Onion with your purchase.
They have given away some Bloomin' Onions this year.
Have given away a lot of Bloomin' Onions this week. Well, actually this year. They're going to give away a lot, I'm sure, next week. More NASCAR America post-race show coming up. Join Dave Briggs, Parker Kligerman, Frank Stoddard for the latest NASCAR news and highlights from this weekend on NASCAR Victory Lap. That's following us on the post-race show. Okay, so we know that there's a lot of intensity in Kyle Busch, and I'm guessing that Clint Bowyer realizes he's in the wrong spot. If you see the facial expression there of Clint Bowyer.
Clint was just saying, yeah, you might want to get out of the way.
Well, he knows, right? He was in that position a week ago at Dover. He knows the pressure of the playoffs. It wasn't the day that Kyle Busch had hoped. He knows, he makes light of it because Clint Bowyer's a funny guy, but he knows deep down how intense Kyle Busch is and how much he wants to move on to the next round.
Another driver that finished in the top 6, standing by with Kelly.
Carl Edwards brought the 19 car home in the 6th position. And Carl, it seemed like this was the first race in a handful of weeks where you guys have had a pretty uneventful day. Is that what you were looking for?
Yes, we were, and just really proud of my guys for staying in it all day. I got a couple of bad restarts, and then there at the end, I felt like we had a much better car than a 6th-place car. Just really had a hard time passing, but just can't thank Stanley enough. Everybody at TRD, Toyota. We had a big group from Stanley here today, and we wanted to get the win, but it was an okay day for us.
What does this finish give you headed into Kansas?
Well, I'll tell you what. Today, really, it showed you how tough this can be. A bunch of different guys having problems, and it's a good finish for us. But man, Kansas is, we've got to fight that battle, and then we got to go do a good job at Talladega and have some luck. But I really feel good about the speed our team's got right now.
Thanks, Carl.
Thank you.
It was fifth for Kurt Busch this afternoon, and Kurt, a pretty solid run for you guys, especially after struggling with the race car last week that was, albeit broken. You drove into the second round of the chase. Describe your day for us.
It was an impressive day because we had to work on strategy and manage our car that was not quite performing well on restarts to gain the spots early in the run. But our state water heater Chevy was good. It just didn't do anything perfect. It didn't do anything terrible. So I'm real happy with this effort. To be top 5, there's some quality cars that are running here for the chase. And if we keep doing our homework like this, we're going to have great days. So thanks to Haas Automation, Monster Energy, State Water Heaters. It's great to have them on board for a weekend and have them all come down and have a good time at the track and sell more water heaters. That's what it's all about.
Kurt, the restarts are so crazy. You have to make so much hay there. What was it like not having your car not be at its best at that point in each round?
It was confusing because our car showed real good speed in practice. And then once we got into a little bit of traffic, we lost the aero handle, and I had to be very patient with it. And sometimes you'd run 3/4 of that run stuck back there in traffic and never really jump back into where we were running. So it feels good to finish with a couple Gibbs cars around us. If you do that, you're doing your homework.
And a good points day going on to Kansas.
Kurt Busch with a top 5 finish. We'll hear from more of the drivers when we return to the post-race show. NASCAR playoffs continue next weekend in Kansas City, Kansas. Sunday, the midway point in the chase for the Sprint Cup. Live coverage begins at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC. And Saturday, Xfinity Series Racing, Kansas, 3:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC SN. I wonder if Joey Logano will be able to continue the momentum that he has gained from this win here at Charlotte. Charlotte, such a big win, I'm sure, for you, Joey. Congratulations. This is your first 4-win season. You want to keep that momentum going?
We won 5 last year. But we want to keep the momentum going.
There
You're
you
right
go.
about
You're
that.
right. You're correct.
So I'm proud of what this team's doing right now. We have such a fast car today, obviously, leading a ton of laps. This Shell Pennzoil Ford was unstoppable. But, you know, when you think about it, when you're out front leading those laps, it's a lot of pressure on the pit crew to come down pit road and not make mistakes and bust off 11-second pit stops or faster. You know, it's a lot of pressure on guys like that. And, you know, for them to be able to, you know, obviously execute throughout the whole day, keep us up front and, you know, be able to bring this thing to victory lane. You always want to win at Charlotte. You know, this is it's kind of everyone's home turf, right? Everyone lives around here and the race shops are around here. So to be able to win here is a special thing to knock off the bucket list.
Hate to take a win away from you, too, by the way, Joey. I apologize.
Well, it still could be his first 4-win season, right?
But we don't want it to be.
That.
We don't want it to be.
But hey, Joey, look, once you got track position, it looked like, you know, it looked easy from up here for you. I know it never is. What was the thing you guys struggled with today?
Not much.
There you go. It was easy then.
Our car was pretty good. You know, really, there's a few times that some strategy calls had to come into play after some quick cautions, and you see some guys did forward and came down pit road, and we stayed out. And you know, so there's some strategy calls there. Todd did a great job sticking to his guns, knowing what he needed to do in that situation. And really after that, it's just, you know, making sure you have good restarts, getting that clean air. Clean air was so big today. So be able to stay out front and then, you know, just executing a perfect race. You don't. You know, those are hard to do a lot of times. You usually make a mistake here and there, but this today, everything went just the way it's planned.
Well, Joey, it seems like deja vu. You know, you won race 1 of round 2 last year at Kansas, put yourself in this same position to advance. So really my question is, moving forward, after going through the same situation last year, making it all the way to Homestead, what's the approach to the rest of this round? Do you sit back, enjoy it, and relax, or do you try to keep the pressure on to stay more focused or more connected coming into round 3?
You don't change a thing. You stay focused in on what we're doing right now. You know, our focus has to be to Kansas. But the nice part of it is that we can focus in a little bit in the next round, a little bit earlier than most, which is good. You know, I don't want to go to Kansas and run 20th. Don't get me wrong. I want to go out there and win that race and keep this momentum going and keep charging. But at the same time, it is nice to be able to get that pressure off and really allow yourself to recharge your batteries a little bit before the next round and not be, you know, your tongue hanging out just to get through this round. So, you know, this is a big, you know, weight off our shoulders as a team, especially as a driver, and it feels really good. And to be able to know we're in the next round, like I said, we can focus in on that, but we still want to, there's 2 trophies to win before we get there.
So, Joey, obviously yesterday with the weather, came in, canceled this race, and postponed this race till today, rather. Did you guys look at the weather and make the setup changes expecting to run today, or were you set up for last night?
Well, we really thought we were going to race last night. You know, when the forecast in the morning looked pretty good for the afternoon, and then it obviously didn't look very good later on. And so, you know, we have these track bar adjusters. We had a competition caution lap 25, so we were able to make those adjustments to our car and really get through that first run or 2 just to see where we were. But really, our car took off pretty close, so you know, no big complaints really. It didn't have to change a whole bunch. It's just all about getting our car to live a little bit longer. It seemed like it fell off a little bit on the long run. We made some adjustments to get it to live a little bit longer and be able to have some speed at the end of a run.
All right, Joey, I got a number for you that you can't contradict. That was your 9th top 10 in a row, and that is the longest streak that you have had as far as top 10s. You got that rolling, so that's a career best for you.
That's a good number.
Okay?
All right, I like that one. Keep coming up with some more of those. Those are good.
We will definitely do that. Congratulations.
All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
And we have Victory Lap coming up next as Joey Logano celebrating in Victory Lane with Charlotte Motor Speedway.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.